Good morning, UniVersus fans across the globe. I'm Barrett Bryant, joined once again for this lovely Sunday with Tam Cardwell and Sam Tate, because it is the Championship Sunday for the UniVersus Canadian Regional held in Toronto. And boy howdy, I just got to start things off. I know we kind of alluded to it before we said goodbye to you all yesterday, but this top 8 is absolutely stacked with talent. Multiple players here with champion cards, multiple players here with regional wins, multiple players here proving to see if they still have what it takes to win and take it down. Tam, we've got to talk about this top 8. Who do you think is going to take it down?
Man, it is tough because there's not a single new name here. Every single person on this list has some sort of accolade. I actually think you could even go as far as every single person on this list has multiple accolades inside of the regional or national or world setting. And so it really is an entire lineup of killers. If I had to put my money on anyone, I think that Wub has a decent chance to prove once again that he is Zeke Yeager Wub Chief, that he's just the guy to do it. So come in first place in Swiss and is just going to run that first turn advantage all the way through. Sam, what are you thinking?
You know, I'm looking at this top cut spread, and there is a distinct lack of one thing, and that is Hacker Extraordinaire symbols. So I'm going to put my pony rigged up to the Hawks card, because that massive mutant machine combo is incredibly potent. We saw it all over the stream the day before, and if you don't have defensive asset hate, I feel like this deck is going to have a clear path to victory. He does have to overcome Calvin Tahan on Godzilla, though, and Godzilla is one of the best premier aggressive decks, so it might be an uphill battle just to get out of the top 8. But that's true for all of these matchups. All of these matchups have some of the best characters that we've had in our formats. Jacob Johnson reviving the Overhaul, but on the back of that massive mutant machine as well. So those are the two decks that really caught my attention from yesterday, and they had to play against each other. We might have that rematch in top 4. As interesting as this top 8 is, the potential top 4 matchups look way more interesting to me. Barrett, who do you think has the best chance to move on to the top 4?
I think, you can't refute what Tam said, Calvin Harrigal or Wub having a very strong chance here, being able to go first the entire day. But that being said, I've just watched 2 regionals for the past 2 weeks where Pony Sunatori became your Swiss champ character, but then lost to 8th seed. It only makes sense now that Pony Sunatori as the 8th seed character going in to reverse and flip the script to then take over the 1st seed to defeat the Swiss champ curse, at least on the other side of this. So I think there's a world where that goes, but I think obviously we have to talk about it. The only character repeating here is that War Chief character, Zeke Yeager War Chief. So the chances that one of them moves on is pretty high, but of course we then have to talk about Corey Nelson, because Corey Nelson is the only Midoriya on the move deck that made it into this top 8, and he played incredibly well when we put him on stream yesterday. And people think that this is the best deck in the format. Nay, I say, alongside Zeke Yeager, the only 2 characters here, at least in these past couple of regionals we've had, to have won recently. Because Rodan, that was months ago. Andrew Porat, kind of old news at this point, because there are some heavy hitters, like we said, all across this top 8 bracket. So I really do think this could be another moment for Midoriya on the move to shine. But I think Zeke Yeager War Chief must have a high chance of moving on to top 4 as well. But I gotta say, as I always do, I'm putting my money on the horse. Pony Sunatori with Tim Keefe piloting that deck, and we saw him play immaculately yesterday. But it could be anybody's game. Tam, do you still believe in the pony run?
I do. I think so. I have to bet on Calvin Harrigal in the first round, because if Tim makes it through, I'm a I'm back on in the pony club the rest of the way, no matter what happens. And so I think the one thing that I really want to point out here is just truly the diversity of this top cut. It looks undiverse because of the double war chief, but again, it harkens back to the Louisville regional where we had both life and chaos. These decks are doing two completely different things. They could be two completely different decks if you really sit and look at it. We have essentially eight unique characters doing eight unique things inside of this top cut bracket. This format feels very healthy, very good, and every single one of these characters, outside of maybe Overhaul, I could have pegged at being inside of this top cut. I'm really excited to see where the rest of this bracket goes, and I'm so bummed we're not actually watching every single one of these matchups. If I could just spend the next 12 hours watching every single one of these players play out the next 7 matches, I could die happy. I'm really excited for the day. It's going to be, I think this is going to be possibly the best regional of the year when it comes to what the output of like top 8 of just like the pure force that these players are bringing.
I couldn't agree more. But with that being said, Sam, as I'm going to pass it to you anyway, we do have our first match and our players are getting ready to go. So I'm going to bid you both farewell. Sam, Tam, enjoy watching one of these high octane top 8 matches, because I think my last note is I'm going to be surprised on who wins every single one of these matches all day today, because I think literally any 8 of these players could win this whole event. But you guys have fun. Good luck. And I wish you well.
Thanks, Barrett.
We'll see you later for top 4, Barrett. But now we've got our top 8 matchup, and it's going to be that Pony Sunatori versus Calvin Harrigal on Zeke Yeager War Chief. And let me be the first to downplay Pony Sunatori because I love the air symbol and I love decks that clear the card pool so much. I believe that Tim Keefe is going to pull a Jiro maneuver and throw this top cuts match specifically so Pony doesn't get hit before I can play her in Atlanta. Tam, what do you think? How do you think this matchup is going to shake down?
I think this matchup is going to be exactly like we said for every single Pony matchup. It is all going to be about what does the first 2 turns of the game look like. If Pony can get enough foundations in her stable, enough foundations in her stage so that her turn 2 is high impact, high octane, and pops off and truly goes for it, there's very few decks in the game that can stop what she's got going on. But as soon as that you look at the other side, we've got Zeke Yeager War Chief, who is a defensive powerhouse. He is a character that the more pink cards you have, the better off he is when it comes to how high his health is, as well as his draw power to stave off this high impact. So these first couple turns, I think, are really going to matter pretty severely. But starting off with an attack card, kind of not where I expected Zeke to be. I expected a rebuild stabilization kind of idea, but I guess the draw is important.
Yeah, a big thing about this character, and we saw it in Caden's Chaos list, all the way back in Louisville in top 2, is Zeke Yeager has incredible early aggressive potential because of this check bonus. We see the Inspiring Song, and the die next to the discard pile makes me believe that we've got +1 to our check from Inspiring Song and +2 from Zeke Yeager. So starting off with a very mild 4 diff, the burn on Harnessing Chaos probably not going to be too impactful, even if this did deal damage. But I have to imagine we're going to see a huge attack. And here it is. It looks like it's a Resurrected Titans through the glare, which means we're going to be able to sacrifice a foundation, search our deck for an attack, and it could potentially get -3 difficulty if we want to play it after this Resurrected Titan.
I think Resurrected isn't it. I think this is Armored Titan Rush.
Oh, I apologize.
Yeah.
They're directly on me.
They look the same for sure. 6 mid 9 can't be blocked by non-attack cards. Can't be blocked by foundations.
By non-attack.
Cannot be blocked with a non-attack card. Why did we block this with a frog? Your rival cannot block this with non-attack card. Interesting.
Perhaps he just
Missed the
didn't decide to
blitz.
call the blitz. Yeah.
Maybe. Either way, we've got that stabilization that we were looking for, and I think that this entire turn was, we saw that the Armor Titan rush existed, and that is, when I said stabilization, that's one of the cards that I was talking about. On its backside, being able to destroy it, to put an attack's damage down to 0 is a very easy way to keep this 29 health nice and high.
Yeah, and you were talking about the early turns for pony decks, and it's like a drug. It's like a disease. When you've got the power that Pony has, especially with Tim starting his turn with 2 counters already, that makes a huge difference. Starting with 1 counter or starting with 0 counters changes the amount of attacks you can play while clearing your card pool. And this is one of my favorite plays from the Pony deck now, is using Sweeping Daggers to steal the Beast Titan's Rock Barrage. And while previously Sweeping Daggers usually didn't have very many good backup options, this Genghis Frog has been integral to Pony Sunatori's gameplay, adding in that missing element of damage pump. And so you've got +3 damage to all your moves. You've got the ability to essentially stay on only +1 progressive for a very long time. It's so hard not to believe that you can do it on any turn, to not believe that you can do it on any foundation count. And I mean, these are prime parameters for Tim Keefe to score a turn 2 kill.
Yeah, and that not Sweeping Daggers. I'm pretty sure this is Hunter's Ally.
Oh,
to do that same idea to build in the frog. Well, I'm sure we'll see a Sweeping Daggers steal a Rock Barrage here soon. But we went for the minus damage here because we have this reused AZ trainees. If Calvin decides to block, this is an additional foundation we get to build out of our hand directly into the stage to continue the onslaught. But a little trepidation from Tim saying maybe we don't have more gas to be played. He's one of these players that if he sees the aggressive line, he's just going to take it.
Yeah, usually when it comes to Pony decks, the skill is understanding when to pump the brakes. And Pony has some of the better defense in the format. The ability to go digging for specific cards like Filled with Doubt, to go looking for the correct block zone. Yes, you typically do go down a card in hand size to do that. But with Feral Shrieks, with Wish Hearts, you can usually stay even for a pretty long time. And then on top of that, defensive zone change means even if you don't find the right block zone in a desperate situation, you can rezone the rival's attack to always have the correct block zone. So Pony with minus speed, with zone changing, with all that filtering to go find the right cards, this is a character that you should feel comfortable playing defense for at least 1 turn.
Maybe not, as Falling Titans hits the table with 2 backups currently in the stage. This is one of the ways that War Chief gets the kill. Right now, this is representing 18 damage if we decide to full send this attack, playing itself, destroying a backup to lift itself back up and playing it again. We've got these backups, not to mention if there's any number of rock barrages that we can weave in between to add in more. We always talk about, oh man, Pony is starting the turn, when does it end, what's going to happen? I feel the exact same way. Even if Zeke currently has a singular copy of a backup, I don't know if this is a poke or not when it comes to the kill potential that War Chief has with just this amazing secret rare from Attack on Titan 3.
Yeah, the little tip that I got was we sacrificed a backup to draw a card with Zeke Jaeger instead of bouncing the attack, which made me believe that this was not going to be the most lethal string. However, if Tim had decided to block this attack, check a 3, commit out, things can change, right? That's the context of a turn is, you can play this Falling Titans, you can have no intention to follow up on it. But depending on what your rival does, if we tried to block that on an 8 and committed all but, 2 or 3 cards in our stage, things could have changed very quickly, especially with that big check bonus on Zeke Yeager. So Tim Keefe playing it safe, taking the 6 damage, allowing the Falling Titans to go shift into the stage, and mostly backups being built by Calvin here has him set up really well for next turn. But Tim's in the driver's seat now. We see one of my favorite attacks. I still think it's the best attack in the format. It's one you gotta be at least thinking about. You have to have a very good reason not to include this card somewhere on your deck list. I'm hoping I'm right this time because the feed is actually kind of fuzzy for me. Is this Vast Hybrid Chimera Kraken, Tam?
It's it is very recognizable. This is a Vast Hybrid Chimera Kraken, one of the best attacks in the game, probably the best attack in the game, truthfully, until maybe next year. Selective commit and freeze of a problem card, followed by being able to commit out assets if we had any. But 4 high for 6, 4 high for 9 with the Genghis Frog. This card is just pure value.
Yeah, this one is absolutely amazing. It clears the way. This is a bulldozer for the air and chaos, and sometimes the water symbol. It synergizes so well with things that they want to do. The leading 2 threats is, targeted threats with no momentum cost, no extra hoops, right? That's really the biggest difference between Vast Hybrid Chimera Kraken and, a card like maybe, say, Ice Sword Execution that has to spend momentum to get the freeze element and things like that. So this looks really good to start things off, but Vast Hybrid, one of the things that makes it so good is it is a solid poke. If it deals damage, you can bank it for later. If you don't kill your rival this turn, you froze their best foundation for later. So this is another one of those turns where Pony maybe doesn't have to go all in here. We see the Zeke blocking with the +1 high block, no resources committed, and back-to-back 3 checks for Tim. Is this a Pony moment where we try to force things and say, if I stop checking poorly, I can still, put together a really healthy string because of my ability to clear the card pool? Or is this the pivot moment where we've been told, hey, it's probably not happening this turn. Let's recoup our resources and play some defense?
Yeah, I dig it. I'm nervous, but I do think that this is. We get to buy back a singular foundation with a Mother's Embrace, and so 4 foundations is probably plenty, depending on the amount of counters that we have to generate with Pony. Because again, all of these moves are going to get +3 damage with the frog, but we have transformed now over to Beast Titan Finale, saying these last 2 backups that we have ready, I can commit and then redraw a card, gain a life. So the number is not 25, it's 27. Using Onya Capone to make this number 10 pro hero not count as progressive, essentially saying -1 speed to all of Pony's move. You want to do a little bit of backwards math here. Just saying that blocking is going to be just a little bit easier. The onus is on Tim to find lethal, because with this Zeke's determination in the Zeke's chains unbroken, is that the name of the backside of the card? Sorry, Zeke's dream becoming real. There's the back of it. We have Falling Titans available to sling 3, 4, 5 times, and with that +2 check over and over and over again, I smell lethal if we get back to Calvin's turn.
Yeah, another +1 high block coming down here, though. The no progressive is going to make this a little bit easier than it probably should have been to block this attack. But with that Genghis Frog, you gotta respect them all, right? These are 7 damage minimum moves, and here's a wonderful tech piece for the air symbol coming in. Violent Animus Shot, known enemy to backups, but this is something I think we talked about on the stream yesterday. This is something I've been talking about in Discords a lot recently, is flashing Violent Animus Shot and Pony feels really bad. And despite
Yeah.
its amazing ability to delete backups, Tim doesn't see any backups that are kind of standing in his way. He realizes instead he needs to draw more cards, he needs to generate more counters, and he needs to clear his card pool because we've got our Breaker 2, our Shobujin's Message committed. We've got our Masho Concealment committed. This is looking like we are committed to this turn, at least for another attack or two. And that attack being one that, if it deals damage, is going to rip a random card out of Calvin's hand. That could be worth it, even if you have to pass to your rival, because we might be ripping a win condition out.
Yeah, Black with another Titan backup here, though. So +2 to our check. This was on a 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Checks a 4, becomes a 6, commits our last 2 foundations. And so now shields down over on Wub's side. Yes, you got that one backup to gain a health, but Pony has found 27 under more dire situations. It just depends on how much more gas is left in Tim's tank. Without the clearing of the Moth, kind of telegraphing that the turn might be over, which is a pretty bad spot if you're a Tim Keefe Pony fan.
Yeah, pretty rough to run into triple +1 high block, but that's something the life symbol has been known for pretty much since the MHA reboot.
Yeah.
I don't know about you, Tam, but one of the big appeals to playing the life symbol in set 1 was that it had really good +1 block mods in every zone in a lot of ways. And we see that in today's world with the #1 pro heroes of the world. Heck, a syndicate target's a +0 low, and those cards can be bounced back to our hand with cards like Incredible Display. The life symbol's kind of always been known for having these amazing block mods, but we're going to push through for one more attack. It's going to be a violent Animus shot, and this is going to decimate our stage.
Yeah, checking that 3 here. The question is, does Tim commit out for it? A slew of bad checks to turn our entire stage sideways for not even a drop of blood. I don't think we've landed a single move yet.
If we did, it definitely got healed off because Wub's health total has only gone up. But that triple high block in the card pool says we pretty much definitely haven't dealt damage. So do you commit your last foundation here, remove a backup, and draw a card? I kind of feel like we should at this point. A 4 high flash should deal damage even with the +2 check bonus on Zeke's side. And I think ripping one of these cards out of the hand has some value, and denying Zeke the ability to draw an additional card as well by flashing this. So Onyak Capone's going to get removed from the game. We're going to deal a chunky bit of damage here. We got +2 from our Banshee Sword Shriek, one of my least favorite card names to say because of how much of a tongue twister it is. But 10 damage feels okay, but not at the cost of our entire stage.
Yeah, it certainly tied up the game, but man, if there's even a little bit of aggression over here on Calvin's side, it almost feels like we should just scoop it up. Reviewing the high value target, redrawing 5 fresh cards, and as soon as we enter the enhanced step, we can pick up that Falling Titans and represent 18 damage just all by its lonesome.
Yeah, notably, if we sacrifice any more backups, we do stop getting the check bonus, which probably won't matter considering we only have to resolve 2 attacks to get rid of Pony. And then here is, yeah, we're not going to sacrifice this backup, so this is not a throw. This is potentially blockable with the Genghis Frog, and Pony does have some speed reduction, so it's not as heinous as it could be. But the +2 to the checks, the Falling Titan in the stage, it's not looking good if you're a Pony fan.
Yeah, this is tough as we lift up this Zeke's dreams becoming real, going down to 4 foundations active and ready in Zeke's stage. But I feel like the writing is on the wall as we're staring down a 6 mid for 8 that Pony has to answer, or I think it's just going to be game over.
Yeah, I don't know what could save Tim in this instance unless he has a Filled with Doubt for the Falling Titans, potentially an Airy Smiles partial block here to add in some extra difficulty, bamboozle Calvin into overextending. It is possible. We have seen stranger things in this game, but it's going to take the culmination of multiple A plus effects in this scenario, and Tim's body language is not giving me that confidence.
Yeah, this is Tim Keefe is a math man. This guy counts it out. As you can see him doing a little calculus here on the left side of his mat, trying to figure out how many counters do I use? Do I take this one so I can block the next one? He does not think about this attack. He thinks about 4 attacks into the future. And so that is exactly what's happening as we are trying to solve the puzzle.
Looks like we're going to elect to take the Beast Titan attacks. Not feeling too good with that health total on Pony's side, but here comes the Falling Titans on a 7. We're going to check a 7. Like you mentioned, we've got 2 backups to spend to be able to potentially do this again, clearing out a bad check in our wake. But here comes the speed reduction from Pony. Or is that a rezone? I can't see the stats of. There we go. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, speed reduction for sure as Kiyomi comes in to hit the block. Oh, but it fails, dropping all the way down to 2 as we destroy and pick back up this Falling Titans to play it again on the 7. Checks another 3. I think back-to-back 3s over here on Wub's side. This was on the 7. We completely commit out. But the question is
now we don't have the 2 backups. We don't get this check bonus. If Tim can survive this Falling Titans right here, that could be the end of Wub's turn.
Certainly could be. The only active resource we have is our character if we find a 4 difficulty move to slam, and then stop checking the 3s, check the 5 as we go to the block. Looks like we're going to pick it back up and then play it. Just kidding. It's on the 5, but we check another 3 and we pass. 3 threes
just
in
that
a row.
Simple, Cam. You do the rezone, you do the minus speed, use the best block mod in your hand, and both players are checking poorly, right? This is a recipe of both players checking 3s back to back to back on basically every attack, and Tim Keefe getting one more shot at this.
17, way easier to find than the 29 that we were dealing with before, especially with Zeke now no longer having the +2 to the check on a defense. As we open with an Electric Moth saying, we are a 7-hander, but let's grab a couple more cards. Man, not the way that I expected that turn to go, Sam.
No, I mean, typically when you've got those check bonuses, the game feels very easy, right? Getting rid of the randomization of the control check is one of the most important things really strong decks can do, whether it's check bonuses like City Rampage and Godzilla, whether it's looking at the top card of your deck like Rodan, whether it's playing moves at discounted rates or not having to attack like Ghidorah. There's a lot of ways that you can sort of get around, or even just playing one attack like Deku, right? Check 1/5 is much easier than trying to check 3 5s. So it felt like you had everything in your hand, but that violent animus shot, getting rid of exactly one backup, mattered so much.
Yeah, I love that heads up play. He knew that it was time to stop on this turn, and so we had to cancel the flow that Beast Titan Finale has access to. Sam, I think we have 5 attacks in Pony's hand. I don't even know what we're supposed to discard and redraw at this point. As Wub goes down to 10, 2 more attacks is going to clean this up as we take, and we're checking. What is the correct move? What am I supposed to play here?
Yeah, this is making sure that we don't fumble in the end zone, right? Making sure that we can safely maneuver through. Because we thought Zeke had it in the bag, and I know everyone thinks Tim has it in the bag, but he's making sure that even if I check running 3s, I can deal 10 damage here. And We are going to go for the Hunter's Ally on a 6, probably the riskiest play we could have made. But we're only going to commit one foundation. We're going to look for the best ally foundation in our discard pile. Which one is it going to be? Is there a Science Bros? Is that what you would grab, Tam?
It would be if, and here's the crazy thing, Tim is running a singular copy of Science Bros.
Is it the last card in his deck? That would be
no, it's in his sideboard.
Oh, you know,
what a crazy place for that card to be. I thought that card was a staple.
I am not a Science Bros believer, except for the Hunter's Ally version of this deck. I wasn't playing Science Bros and Pony until we were playing 4 Hunter's Ally to get Genghis Frog out, and then I thought, well, I gotta put some Ally foundations in the deck. So that's kind of crazy to me too. But I was not the biggest Science Bros believer with the Feral Shrieks and the Wish Hearts, But that's very funny to find out that, isn't it great how you can build your deck how you want in this game? How you don't have
so cool.
How you don't have to play all the same cards as everyone else. If you wanted to, there's versions of Pony that don't play Genghis Frog and Hunter's Ally, and they do just fine.
Yeah, absolutely. 100%. Like, Genghis Frog is just a tool in Pony's tool belt, just like the electric moth that we're seeing for the second time this turn. Let's refuel that hand. We've discarded too many cards, Sam. We got to get this hand back up so we can draw even more attacks.
Yep, and the writing should be on the wall here pretty soon. Calvin taking all this damage, waiting for the lethal attacks, waiting to, make sure Tim Keefe sort of has it, which we all know sitting at home that he does. Some card pool clearing going to happen, going to stay off that progressive difficulty. I don't think this Zeke Yeager deck has many stop signs, right? I don't think it has a big breaker number, and there's going to be a 3 check. Once again, another attack checked by Wub. Can't feel great, even if the writing was on the wall. That one just feels like twisting the knife after how those turns went. But Tim Keefe going to break serve in game 1.
Yeah, that was tough for your most recent North American regional champion. Doing an incredible job of surviving the storm, weathering it up, because even if, let's pretend, Sam, that all of the 3 checks were 5s over on Pony's side, we were surviving that turn, I think, completely and fully. I think we had run out of attack cards in Pony's hand. I think we were digging to go and find those perfect blocks for over on Zeke's turn. And so I think it was just the fact of, like, one of these players built out more foundations than the other. And like you said before, removing that Oya Capone to interact with Zeke Yeager, Beast Titan Finales +2 to the check was really the key piece. Finding, switching, adapting the game plan to make sure that, my attacking turn is over. I need to make sure that your attacking turn is worse. Just shows you the caliber that we're playing at this regional. I love it. I'm so enthralled.
Yeah, it's absolutely incredible to think about how not only would having the Onya Capone mean that we'd get the check bonus, but it also would have meant that our first attack would not count towards progressive, which would have changed the layout of this game immensely. It would have almost certainly caused us to have a completely different result in the first game there. But what absolutely nail-biting action. And it's unfortunate, right, that it was essentially both players' bad luck that really told the story of that game, because the reason it's so amazing that Tim was able to survive in the first place was because he had committed out just trying to play a couple 4-diff attacks, just trying to get some counters, do his Pony thing, and then it was Calvin returning the favor that ended up passing the game back to him. But Calvin's going to get to go first again. This time we're post sideboard. This time we've got that technology. Do you think the Science Bros comes in from the sideboard?
Oh, maybe. I think it's a big maybe, because if you notice, on every single attack that we possibly could, we used the ability on Pony for that +2 speed. We were spinning horn counters over and over and over, because the thing that we didn't want is we didn't want Zeke to block. We had to fight that check bonus over and over and over again. If we were allowed to remove 2 cards, give the +2/+2, and save a horn counter for maybe an additional clear, or save the horn counter for +2 speed on a different move. It could be worthwhile, but it really is going to all depend on what does Tim value here. Is another 3 difficulty foundation going to be the thing that gets the job done? I mean, we'll just have to see.
Yeah, I don't know if you do anything different, right, for either player. When it comes down to control checks, it's just a part of the game. It's, to me, essentially the same as just not drawing attacks, right? It's another part of the randomization of the game, and so it is one that you can sort of play around better. You can adjust on the fly around, but the blind checking element of it means that I don't think you switch up your game plan too much. I don't think any players are making mistakes, right? You just gotta hope, you just gotta believe that those fives are gonna appear at the top of your deck.
I want to talk about the other thing that happened in this match. On turn 2, Pony found the best backup in their deck, which is undeniably Genghis Frog. And Sam, did you notice that there were 9 whole Titans missing out of Wub stage literally the entire time?
That's a very good point. We did not have access to the most potent of the backups. We also didn't get to play a Beast Titans Rock Barrage, which, that is really that lethal combo. You don't actually see 9 Titans come up very often in decks that aren't playing the Rock Barrage, right? It's really the ability to summon it from the discard pile whenever your rival attacks it and clears it, if they can. No Hanj gamers in this top cut, uh, it's really the ability to tutor it up from the discard pile that makes it so absolutely game breaking. And we didn't see the Rock Barrages or the 9 Titans come out.
Yeah, massive build though, as we have Wub back on the stage again. Wait, is that a 9? Did I miss a 9 Titans check? It might be the second
I think
to
so.
top
I think
card.
that's the Pearl.
Hey, all it takes is 1 Rock Barrage, like you said, a card we didn't have last time, to completely flip the script on this game, as matching a build 3 with a build 4, but Zeke's got a couple homies on his stage instead of the foundations.
Yeah, Zeke's he's acquiring the Goon Squad.
Yeah.
And it's gonna take a lot of goons to take down Tim Keefe. And this deck has a lot of spam foundations. When you don't build very many foundations and your 1 difficulty slot is taken up by the Jaeger's followers, there's a lot of space for building well, and you got to lean into the really high quality zero divs that the life symbol has. But this means that aside from a little bit of stun hate, Wub stage is a little blank. Speaking of blank,
Yeah, speaking of blank, filled without coming in, taking all the abilities off of this violent anima shot, the card that single-handedly I think won last game. So getting rid of its abilities now rather than later, I think is a big deal. Very heads-up play from him.
yeah, sealing this attack, protecting those backups. Again, not 100% sure if the plan was going to be to flash this attack and not build any counters, but early on in the game with a handy dandy poke is definitely a good time to do the flash, in my opinion. First attack of the game doesn't feel too bad, even with the 3 check, right? Getting rid of because it removes it from the game. Let's talk about how important removing it from the game is in this matchup. We just talked about how Beast Titans Rock Barrage, the ability to dredge that card up from the discard pile, being the lethal combo that really sends 9 Titans over the edge. But Zeke Jaeger also wants backups in the discard pile to transform, right? So removing these from the game is kind of a 2-pronged assault on the Zeke Jaeger game plan.
Yeah, I think probably the best case scenario there, because what I constantly say it. I think backups are the coolest card type in the game. It used to be actions. I thought actions were dope. but I love backups so much, not because of the story elements that they showcase, but because they're like assets that you're allowed to attack. Assets are so good, they're so strong, they're so powerful. And asset hate is so limited. When it comes to backups, though, every attack you're allowed to swing at them and deal with them. The exception here is that because of the ability of Zeke War Chief, if you take and you target the backup as an attack target, you can destroy the backup that we have to draw the card. It drops the attack. You no longer get enhances. You no longer get any of that. The reason Violent Animus is so good is you target one of the backups with Violent Animus, you then flash, remove a different one, attack one, remove the other. Such a high impact play to do against Zeke Yeager on that front side, but Filtered Out just comes in and says that that's just not possible.
Yeah, having sack outlets to combat targeted removal is really something that UniVersus is kind of new to. Even if your rival targets and commits and freezes your best foundation, that doesn't necessarily mean that you want to sacrifice it for -2 damage or something along the way. But Zeke Yeager is following a principle of card games that we just haven't really been privy to until the Attack on Titan sets gave us backups, gave us these additional targets. So it's very interesting to see how he gets around that counterplay of aiming at the backups, denying the free momentum that they would otherwise get. But you want to talk about dredging cards up from the discard pile. Here's that Hunter's Ally, bringing us an ally card to our stage. This has been very transformative of how pony decks get to play the game.
You said the word transformative, and I have to point out that we did transform from War Chief into Beast Titan finale. Very poignant here. Drawing 2 bonus cards here, a third off of this large abnormal Titan. We've gone from a 6 hand size character to a 9 hand size character inside of this cycle pretty quick. We are down here to weather the storm that Pony can bring with that number 10 pro hero coming in, that 1 high block that started up our defensive turn last time. And huge offensive piece here, a piece that I've never seen in Pony. I had to go look it up myself. Battlefield Aid being responded with and played here. It is a 3/5 says response after attack is completely blocked, clear from the card pool. Hey, we just saved ourselves 3 horde encounters here off of this 3/5 low block. A piece of technology that I'm gonna have to go look at in Pony after this event.
Yeah, I think a lot of players opt to play the 1/4 that gives bonus speed, and then does the same thing if the rival clears blocks the attack, it clears as well. But this is a response. You get to choose when you do it. It's anytime your rival blocks, making it a lot more likely that you'll actually get the clear effect from it. And I'm not the biggest believer in what my opponent's going to do. I'm definitely more of a Thunder Spear gamer, but I also like Invisible Infiltration, to ready it and rebuy it and ready it again and things like that. Kiyomi plus Thunder Spear demo goes absolutely insane in this character. But hey, Battlefield Aid, we get to keep the resource ready. We don't have to use a Kiyomi trigger on it. That feels pretty good too.
I love it. It's very, very cool technology either way. As second Hunter's Ally is coming down, building in that Kiyomi that you were talking about, and then following it up with a Moth. Health total still nice and high, though, over on the Zeke side. Staving off this defense pretty handedly, but with Moth coming in, the offense might not cease.
Yeah, that +2 to the checks is going to do a lot of work for Zeke defensively here, but clearing the card pool is probably going to do a lot for Pony as well. Saving those 3 counters on that original clear allowed us to play another 5 diff, which allowed us to get the Kiyomi, which is going to allow us to ready some of these foundations or potentially draw if we need it. But considering we just discarded 1 card and a flying elbow drop, I love the flavor on this card so much. I wish it did one other thing. It feels kind of locked to some specific characters, but anytime I can drop an elbow from the top rope in a card game, you best believe I'm behind it.
Yeah. I haven't even thought about putting that together. Of just like the flying elbow drop comes out of nowhere from the removal game pile. That's actually
Exactly.
that's really funny.
It's such good flavor. I'm a fan of so much of the TMNT cards and how they tell the story of the turtle's personality and things like that. And flying elbow drop is one of those ones I waffled on because I thought, well, I'm Pony, I draw so many cards. You know, how much do I want to draw what is essentially a blank 4 speed 4? But with all the card drawing that Pony's trying to do, and with Genghis Frog's damage, you're just trying to draw attacks. And flying elbow drop basically says you guaranteed draw an attack from this Pony discard. So love to see it. We do see that invisible infiltration. We're going to potentially be able to blink one of our face downs. It's going to come back ready face up, and you know it's going to be the battlefield aid to continue to punish Zeke Yeager for trying to block these attacks. And this invisible infiltration is going to pump itself. I think it only gets 1 bonus damage, though, because Zeke is so focused on building assets and backups over actual foundations.
Yeah, this is a very, very cool card, especially to keep the turn churning. Drawing cards off of Kiyomi and then rebuilding foundations back in with the invisible infiltration feels like, you know, you're having your cake and eating it too in terms of offensive gameplay maneuvers.
Yeah, it looks like we're actually going to spend a counter for a little bit of speed here. You typically don't see that until the string is about to come to an end, but potentially we just have some extra counters that we don't anticipate needing. And a 3-check on this block might just open things up just enough for Tim to continue swinging in. We've got no cards committed after the work of Kiyomi and invisible infiltration. Unfortunately, that battlefield aid is not going to hit the stage until after the attack resolves, so we can't respond with it immediately, but we can play this violent anime shot.
Yeah, I don't mind this anime shot here. It's going to be coming in. There's honestly that play of let's attack the backup, commit, flash it. Could make sense here. Put Zeke, Beast Titan finale down to a singular backup in stage, saying that your plus your check doesn't happen. It just depends on what does the rest of this turn look like, as we are currently still at a very healthy 28.
Yeah, interesting stuff here. We don't see the Pony enhance to generate counters or the card pool clear. And we do get a half block, which commits Zeke pretty much all the way out. That's going to rip one of the last 2 cards in the handout. And finally, we're going to deal some damage to the Zeke Yeager. I think that's the first attack, maybe the second attack that's dealt damage. Zeke's at a pretty high health total.
Yeah, we're at 24 over on Zeke's side, which I think if we have a bunch of 4 damage moves, 5 damage moves is even better. With this Nejire Chan of the big 3 and the help of Genghis Frog, we might actually be able to find a checkmate here, especially with that flying elbow coming out of nowhere. This is a 5 high for 8, 5 high for 9 potentially.
Yep, the elbow drop can come in for 8. That's 17. Any 4 diff after that would do it with the Genghis Frog, but can we pass these checks?
I mean, that's the question, right? We're looking for 2 5 checks off the top, be a 4, 5, 6, 7. Or even better, if we get the refresh one, checks the 5. I think we've got a dead Zeke. 6, 7.
Yeah. We're committing the Nejire Chan, so it's all down to passing the checks.
Yeah, remove to build it back in. And then we play this 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 5, 6, 7, 8. And the handshake comes across.
Whoa.
And he steals it. Holy cow. Tim Keefe on Pony. Breaking serve, just like Barrett predicted at the top of the broadcast. Coming in with the win. Pony Tsunotori moves on. Wow.
Absolutely fantastic stuff. The violent anime shot not being utilized as that flash backup removal It's just being used as a 4 high for 5 that warrants an answer, forcing out that mid block, ripping out cards from Wubb's hand. I mean, he blocked what 3-4 attacks that turn, but it simply wasn't enough. This is exactly what Barrett Bryan has talked about throughout all day yesterday, is anything your deck can do on turn 2, it can do better on turn 3. And Tim taking out the battlefield aid, showing off how saving 3 counters, getting the -1 progressive to play a second Hunter's Ally was absolutely integral to that turn, because he had just about exact resources there to pull off that win. I said he was going to pull a Jiro and tank for us, but you got to believe Tim Keefe is going all the way after that performance.
Yeah, man, what an insane line. I was ready for the turn to be over, but that just shows you the immense power of Pony Tsunotori. You never know when her turn is over. All it takes is a little bit of good luck, some good checks, and a hot draw. And I think we proved it. Pony can kill literally anybody, any person in the entire game. That was so cool.
Yeah, 2-time world champion Tim Keefe, multiple-time teams champion, I believe. Actually, that might be the one accolade he's not gotten. I'm getting mixed up by chat now, but 2-time world champion Tim Keefe, showing you exactly why and how he does it. He's going to move on to top 4, and that's going to mean that he's going to face the winner of Corey Nelson versus Kevin Broberg. So he could be facing not only his teammate and local Kevin Broberg on the same character, different symbol, Chaos Zeke Jaeger, but he could also be playing against Team MJLA's Corey Nelson on Izuku Midoriya on the move, which these are 2 matchups that are considered some of the worst for Pony. The Deku decks are really good at punishing 7-handers, really good at surviving through those first couple turns. If you don't transform Midoriya, very good at chain blocking, right? Very good at blocking long strings. So he's going to have a tough road ahead of him to the finals, but that's just this side of the bracket. Do we have any updates on the other side of the bracket, or was this our first match done?
This is sadly our first match done. Yeah, nothing to be said. No updates on Hawks versus Godzilla. No updates on Rodan versus Overhaul. But either way, we've got a lot more game to be played this weekend.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic stuff. We're going to take a small break. We'll come back with our top 4 pretty soon. Hopefully we'll have some updates for you. And I think later on, Tam, we've even got a little bit of a Guilty Gear preview, don't we?
Yeah, I'm very excited. We got to see the preview in between, and wow, this one's really really cool. And I've already have UVS Ultra up and trying to figure out where I could slot it into my current decks. It's really rad.
Well, we're going to take a small break. Go grab yourself a snack, get some breakfast if you're on the West Coast like myself, and don't go anywhere. You're not going to want to miss a minute of this UniVersus action from Canada. Oh, you bring us in.
Welcome back, UniVersus fans across the globe. I'm Barrett Bryant, joined once again with Sam Tate as we move into our top 4 after that explosive, dare I say, upset, Sam, that I may have called earlier. But speaking of upsets, before we dive in to the feature match, of course, that we're going to talk about, Sam, we have to talk about something crazy that is happening in this event right now. And so, as we pull up our updated bracket, of course, Sam, I would like to inform you that every single player that was the lower seed defeated their higher seed opponent. Sam, is going second the best decision to make right now? Like the days of old when you could attack on turn 1? Because that means, obviously, every single one of these players had to break serve, which is incredibly hard to do, not only just in general, but against a bunch of these high octane and highly competitive players.
Okay, so we don't know for sure that one of these top seeds didn't decide to go second. It is theoretically possible that Ryan Levine or Kevin Broberg or Phil Birch chose to go second. So we can't say emphatically that is the case. However, it is looking like player one advantage not as dominant as it could be. I think a big part of that is sort of like these board reset style decks, but the board reset style decks, the unyieldings are typically in these backup decks, and they did not advance. So we had Chaos and Life Zeke once again in our top 8, but instead of being the top 2, they are eliminated in top 8. And instead, we've got a battle of Challenger Series characters moving on into the top 4, and that's going to be the matchup that we're watching here. You've already seen Tim Keefe today, so he's going to be playing against Corey Nelson on Izuku Midoriya on the move. 3 Challenger Series Dex characters in the top 4, but the odd one out has to be Jacob Johnson on this overhaul, displaying the power of maximum overhaul to build this massive mutant machine that commits for +5/+5 using pristine swordplay to ready it. I gotta ask though, Barrett, is this a one note deck? Is this a one combo deck? Is there any other spice that we're gonna see from the overhaul deck? Because I gotta believe that Calvin Tahan is going to be able to bring the aggression much better than a singular asset in overhaul stage can.
I can't believe there's no way this is a one note deck. I think that's a great question though, because I remember even when Attack on Titan 3 Apocalypse was being revealed and people were talking about Overhaul again, because this backup centric kind of type of deck, like playing something even like a Falling Titans in an Overhaul character, because you could build your backups face down as foundations and maybe playing some extra cards on the life symbol, things that we're seeing Jacob Johnson play in his deck, flipping over for having extra backups in your stage. But this time we're just doing the asset game plan here. There's no way it's a one-shot deck. There's no way. I think this character and this sort of highlight here, regardless if Jacob moves on to finals or not, is really going to showcase the strength of this character, that the challenger deck character of old can absolutely compete the king of the monsters, Godzilla, here. And we are already flying into the action, of course, because both of these players are the lower seeds, respectively, of them going into top 8, but Jacob Johnson having the higher seed advantage, at least above Calvin Tahan, being able to go first, and we are immediately leading things off with a Scrap Cannon.
Yeah, Scrap Cannon is a card I've been looking at mostly in Donatello decks. It's been a real big game changer there for good symbol Donatello, but it's going to be important here. We've got this asset theme with pristine swordplay in the overhaul deck, so having a Scrap Cannon, flipping foundations not the biggest deal in overhaul. He kind of wants to do that. Being able to rebuy and replay foundations that you commit throughout the turn is one of those advantage plays. It's sort of a neutral, card advantage in the long term. But we're seeing now a 6 check on the rejuvenating smash. They're going at a blistering pace here.
I was gonna say fast and loose right here, of course, and we checked the 6. That's got to be one of the greatest feelings in the world going first here. Being able to also now play this maximum overhaul on a 7, and we pass it with ease.
We're just face tanking all of this. This is what, 10 damage? We
Yeah, we're
haven't
gonna
looked for overhaul yet though.
Yeah, 22 now down for Godzilla, and this maximum overhaul is now going to get a little scarier because here comes the massive mute machine right off the bat here on turn 2, committing it sideways, +5 on this maximum overhaul. We are very quickly approaching a very scary place to be if you're Godzilla and Calvin specifically, but the fact that Calvin hasn't picked up his hand at all, I can only imagine that Calvin's hand is ready for some crazy turn 2 action of his own as long as we survive this turn.
We're down to 10 health. We've dealt 24 damage off the back of massive mute machine and just a couple overhaul responses. And now it looks like we're gonna play a face down, ignoring progressive potentially.
I mean, I don't know. I know we postured a little bit. I think I peaked another maximum overhaul in our hand. If we
But it
went
would
for
be
the
go ahead.
no, yeah, if we went for it, you're right. I mean, it would be on an 8. If we check a 5, it's commit everything, including overhaul. But if we have
No,
another massive mute machine in our hand, it would be lethal, right?
it would ignore progressive because it's being played with overhaul.
For the bottom, for the stage one. But I was saying we had one also in our hand. But I think we also just
Oh,
got a
I see.
peek. I think there is also one in our stage.
Yeah.
But it,
There's
but
one
it
in our
looks
stage, but we only have 2 face downs. We're
yeah.
gonna have to do some kind of trick to be able to get lethal damage here, and it looks like we just take it immediately. These are the fastest enhanced steps I've ever seen. We're down to what, 5 health for Calvin?
Down to 10, I believe, still is the correct number. And instead, we decided to play that face down hiding out that we had flipped over earlier on in that turn, getting that rebuy back from the foundation, and then also this fast friendship coming through, and then holding on to the rest of the cards in our hand. But as we pass back to Calvin, leading things off with a city rampage, I think, as we, basically don't review, we're going to have access to these cards that are going to be a way to do a huge backswing, and 27 life. Sam, that's a lot easier to do than 34.
Yeah, we had diamond hands on that turn before, but a 3 check turning into a 5 check means we're going to have to commit 2 foundations here. Are we going to get rid of our card draw? I believe so. And then which one do you get rid of? Do you get rid of the other fearsome transformation, believing in your ability to draw from the Titan Cliff? Looks like we're going to commit. I think that was a Guardian Angel of Chinatown.
Yeah, that's the one we're going to commit. As we really quickly, Calvin looked at the opponent's stage and said, "Do you have any damage reduction on board?" And he goes, "No, I don't." He goes, "Okay, awesome. This is going to be my easy choice right now." But getting a review 2 here from the Titan Cliff, which again tells me that I think we have a pretty aggressive hand, draws the nuke 2, and we are going to build this finally free, which is going to get us some momentum right away. I know people are kind of talking about, obviously, this combo being incredibly good, not just in general, but very good in Godzilla, because it's not just building a 6 check, right? Because it also gets you the immediate momentum. It also sets you up to essentially say +3 foundations to the next thing, because you can have the +2 to the check if you want immediately after.
Yeah, we've still got the +2 from City Rampage. We've got +2 potentially from Godzilla and +1 from Inspiring Song. So here comes a Smashing Stomp. This one also gives +1 to our check potentially. So we've got quite a bit of extension here. All these moves are going to get +1 speed and +4 damage. However, Jacob Johnson, with that fast friendship, if he's got the right block zone, I believe he's going to be able to block 2 attacks during this turn. So his 17 health remaining might be safe, but that's only if we can match the right zone.
Yeah, I think that's the biggest decision here on whether or not we have it, because at this current rate, Jacob Johnson played a bunch of attacks on his turn 2, and Calvin just said, "I'm going to face tank all of those." We are seeing the kind of same treatment, at least right now. Calvin's now on the second attack, making a decision. If we just straight take this to the face, we would be going down to single-digit health here, because these attacks are all for basically 10 damage from the +3 and the 1/1 City Rampage and Godzilla, respectively. So you have to start thinking how much of your life total really, really matters in this matchup. And we're only 6.5 minutes into this game, as this one is
Ugh,
also unblocked, getting the extra draw here. And here comes a
another
second
Smashing Stomp.
and
This
checking a
one checks
5.
as well.
Yeah, so because plus that extra carryover you talked about, the +1 from the Smashing Stomp says we checked an 8 with the combined ability of the City Rampage, and it means the next attack is going to be easy. But this Fast Friendship coming in right now, we have more face downs, -3 speed. We're getting Inspiring Song also played here, making the decision for +1 again to our check, +4 to play the next card. So Jacob has to block this one, and then must also block whatever's coming next.
Yeah, Godzilla basically playing on no progressive. These check bonuses, doing a really good pony impression. We've only committed cards for basically the first attack we played. This looks like Desperate Plea is what, a partial block?
Yeah, mid block here for the partial, which does keep us alive, of course, but down to 2. And Determined Advance is going to
Oh,
be a very good one because this one can never have its speed or damage reduced below its printed. It's already going to come in with the 1/1 and also the +3 damage. And when you're staring across 0 cards in hand for Jacob Johnson, the only thing we can do is hard block this card with something in our stage, as we then also press the Hiding Out Enhance to unflip a secret tool that we saved for later, an actual speed reduction card. But again, it can't go below 6, Sam.
yeah, and it's got EX3, which it looks like we're gonna use to pump things out. But this is real scary if you're Jacob Johnson, because it looks like we got +2 to our check to play another attack after this. So still +4 to the check, 3 cards ready. Don't even need the damage pump from Godzilla, but that is applicable while committed anyways. And we are staring down a massive lethal move. Maximum overhaul. This is like what, on a 12? We checked the 3. Absolutely no way we're gonna pass that. It's a lot different to face tank when you have 27 health versus 34. And I'll tell you what, Jacob Johnson had to work so hard to send 9 damage moves. That was par the course for Godzilla.
And we still had, Calvin showed us, he still had 2 more Determined Advances in his hand. If we didn't kill that turn, the amount of damage and back foot that Jacob was going to feel like he was on, and basically feel the pressure to either win the game, if that ever did get passed back to him, or set up this immense defense, double Determined Advance really asks the question, if Calvin didn't win that turn, he probably would have won the next turn. Could Jacob have even had a chance based off of that, past that turn 2? I don't really know, but it doesn't matter. Once again now, the lower seed, Calvin Tahan, taking game 1 with the broken serve. We won going second. That's the one you need. Calvin's going to be able to at least go first at least one game this match, and that's only if Jacob Johnson ends up pulling out a game 2 win.
Yeah, and that is, I said he had the diamond hands. He was refusing to block anything. I'm
Yeah.
really curious which cards we started that turn with, because City Rampage, plus Titan Cliff just feels like the best opener possible for Godzilla. You're going to get the check bonuses. You're going to get to cycle half your hand away to look for more attacks. You're going to get to build in foundations that ultimately lend themselves to passing more checks as well. So not only do you get the ramp, but then you get the check bonus, then you get the money, then you get the women, then you get the fame.
I wanted to ask you, as our players are still sideboarding here as well, Sam, I wanted to ask you because I propose a weird scenario that could happen in this regional. We had, the past couple of weeks, we've had some regionals happen, of course. If Calvin runs it through, goes to finals, and let's say he wins, and Godzilla were to win this high octane level event with the actually probably the most decorated top 8 I've seen in an incredibly long time, if not of all time, and Godzilla wins this regional, what are your opinions on the format as a whole and in general of a aggressive 6-hand size character breaking through all of these other things that exist in the format that people are putting their focus on? Midoriya on the move, which is moving on, obviously. Aggro 7-hand size character I've been talking about, Pony Tsunotori, which also moved on to top 4. And then also the other big talk of the town, backup decks, the Zeke Jaegers, which have both been eliminated now, at least in this top 8. But if Godzilla were to win it, what are your thoughts on that?
I don't. It's tough. Me personally, I don't feel like I have too many thoughts on the format. as an individual, we've been kind of living in this world for quite a long time where if you play absolutely zero defense, if you partial block one time, you should pretty much expect to get run over uh, in a single turn, you know? Um, I think my biggest takeaway is we have replaced straight draw effects with discard and draw because Pony is doing discard and draw. Titan Cliff is doing discard and draw. In a weird way, Zeke is doing sacrifice and draw, right?
Yeah.
And so I think that the format is being pushed to extremes. And this is sort of where we have our ebb and flow over the last year or two, where it feels like players get new tools, they push everything to the extreme, and then once everyone's trying to play the extreme decks, you kind of find these mid-range decks that are able to punish you when your extreme combo doesn't work out, right? If Calvin didn't win that turn, he was at 5 health.
Correct.
He took all the same damage. He blocked absolutely nothing, right? So, but he had the extra health to pad it through. Overall, has less damage pump that he could put into his attacks. And you get like this permanently mid-rangey sort of feeling format. And then we go back to the extremes to beat the mid-range when new tools come out. And so that's kind of my take is I think we're just in the extremes again. We're in the extreme combo decks. The massive mutant machines have this extreme combo that if you have defensive asset hate available to you, you probably don't have to worry too much, right? Your rival enhances to build massive mutant machine. You enhance to flip it with a hacker or, seal it, commit it, whatever you can do to it. And I think that if we get the next events that happen before Guilty Gear, we'll see players kind of push back into a mid range where they have just enough defense to survive these ridiculously aggressive turn twos, and then also win the game before these late stage falling titans, Midoriya on the moves can sort of operate. How we get to that point, that's going to be up to the player base to adapt.
Wow, that was an incredible answer, actually. I don't think I ever could have answered it that way. That was great, Sam. But speaking of adaptation, I love adaptation, and that is exactly what we're seeing as this game too is getting fired off. Jacob Johnson, of course, being able to go first again this game, and the adaptation I want to talk about is this meeting Hanj and tattered costume that we built on turn 1. That city rampage and going down to almost no cards in hand won't happen again because of the adaptation of cards that we built on turn 1. And immediately we are also putting up a looks like differently shaped offense on our turn 2, starting things with a Midst of Despair, forcing out defensive draw effects like fearsome transformations from Calvin. And of course, he's also sculpting while doing so, which is very smart, 100%, as we use the finally free as our enhance and got a momentum right away. But then, threatening this Midst of Despair, and he goes, hey, if you're just going to take my moves, I'm going to at least ignore progressive while I'm doing it. So this rejuvenating smash that we got to play on a 5 because the attack did connect the Midst of Despair, but we did check a 3, of course, so we had to commit 2 of our foundation. So already this game is looking incredibly different when it just talks about the exchange of resources, but this maximum overhaul coming in from the stage, from the overhaul once per turn, this one can potentially, I know we only have one face down, but could potentially get bigger than what we saw them be last game.
Yeah, and I want to ask you really quick, Barry, how do you feel about City Rampage as not your first form of the turn?
I love it, especially because when
really quick.
Oh yeah,
we do actually have the massive mutant machine.
yeah,
We do actually get the massive overhaul. Sorry, massive the maximum overhaul to build the massive mutant machine. So this one looks like it's going to swing for 11, but that is still only like about half of Godzilla's health.
11, maybe an extra 2, of course, if we want to use the overhaul response, of course, after the block step, which, we could maybe see as an extra push of some extra damage. But it says, no, I guess not. We don't really need that. But instead, just going to build some more foundations. I believe that's a desperate plea from the Glare, but we did check a 3, so we have to commit one of our foundations. That meeting Hodge getting committed. But as we check a little bit better on the rest of the cards that we build, the Fast Friendship and a Syndicate Target, cashing in on this momentum, I will now, as we pass back, I answer your question, which I will ask you to repeat once more time because I was yapping.
How do you feel about City Rampage if it's not the first form?
Yeah, and I love it. I genuinely do love it because I think there's a world where weaving in things like City Rampage in certain matchups could help you like play against cards like Airy Smile. We're not going to see that in this scenario, but like for example, there's a real reason to do so, and I think there's also a real reason to give your opponent a false sense of security of like, well, I didn't start this turn with a City Rampage. How many attacks am I actually going to play? But if you went first attack, generate a momentum, don't press the button, don't use it, and your opponent blocks it. They block the first move that you play as Godzilla, and you go, actually, that was just the setup. Now I'll play a City Rampage as my second form. Now I'm going to get my extra checks, play a third attack or a third card in your card pool, the second attack for the turn, and you save that momentum. And now you get the ball rolling, and you made your opponent use some resources right off the bat. I think that is a very good and strong way to play the deck. But as we've already seen from game one, Sam, I don't think we have to really do any shenanigans like that because we won game one. We can just still play our deck fast and loose the way it's supposed to be. The Godzilla tried and true as we open up with another Titan Cliff.
Yeah, I was gonna say when it comes to the Airy Smiles idea, it's very funny because you can play an unfazed, which is typically countered by effects like Airy Smiles, but then you get the +1 to the check to play the City Rampage anyways, which is
Yeah.
always my favorite way to play around that combo. But yeah, I mentioned it because we do have Vast Hybrid Chimera Kraken in this deck. So
Ooh.
potentially, and we also have the Passer Wall. So potentially, we have multiple ways to deal with this asset. So our first attack can actually open the pathway for a City Rampage. It just would have to be our second card played of the turn, which is pretty unusual.
And it's already happening. I also called the other half of that, which is we did go ahead and block that first move. Of course, we have that desperate plea to build that block down, but now we've gone to 0 cards in hand as Jacob Johnson. And now you're right. We're in a prime opportunity that if we need to find a way to present 27, we can play the form on the City Rampage. And yes, here comes the tattered costume, but you're staring across the passer rolls. Sam, why are you leaking the script so often? You set it up. They're literally knocking it down. And now if you're Jacob Johnson, you're like, I don't even think I'm allowed to like attempt to respond here. Maybe this will save me from a keyword ability or something if that passer rolls eventually gets committed or something. But you just feel like you're in this pigeonhole because you don't get to draw the card if this tattered costume gets canceled. You don't actually stop the action card because of the pass-through walls. What do? You just don't press the button, right? Like it's so difficult.
Yeah, I don't see too much value in getting the passer walls to flip right now. And if you do survive this turn, which I'll be honest, it's not looking fantastic. But if you do survive this turn, there is the opportunity that potentially that passer walls gets committed. Maybe a scrap cannon flips it. We have target
Yeah.
flip via scrap cannon. So there is potential to deal with it later. There's not too much of a reason to deal with it now. But smashing stomp coming down, this is going to give another +1 to our check. We are again effectively ignoring progressive difficulty. And Jacob Johnson this time bringing out the low block on the scrap cannon from the stage. It looked like, was that from the stage or from that? No, that was from the hand, right?
No, it was from our stage. You were 100%
It was
correct.
from the stage. Okay.
Yeah, and wow, we even did have that Vast Hybrid Chimera Kraken that you were talking about that could have been the lead instead of this Titan Cliff. But I really do like this because the pass-through walls play around the tattered costume is also just like builds you a foundation that it's a flip response, right? To stop not just the asset that we're talking about, but also Breaker if that came through. And so, yeah.
Oh, and the big thing we saw earlier at the start of the turn, before he even reviewed, I believe, Calvin was reading this surprising skill. Surprising skill responds after you commit a rival card. So if we did start with that Vast Hybrid Chimera Kraken instead of building the pass-through walls, our rival would have been able to potentially ready that meeting Hanji, which would give them cards in hand or cause us to commit one of our foundations. But it looks like the play here is just to say, you don't have any cards in hand. I don't have to commit anything to allow you to ready that Hanji to potentially draw. But we also didn't have a lethal follow-up. So Jacob Johnson is going to get another turn in this game, unlike game one.
And it's like you said earlier when you were giving me that incredible answer to the question that I asked that adaptation. We had the tattered costume, and it was actually still enough, at least in the sense of like making Calvin play a little bit of an awkward line that maybe could have been a little more lethal looking. But at the end of the day, we just didn't find the moves. And now that scrap cannon coming in as Jacob has another chance here to try and present lethal. Calvin, again, like you said, face tanked everything. Would you say diamond hands? We face tanked everything, didn't use a single card from our hand. We're down to 13. 13 is a lot easier to deal with. And when you flip the last possible foundation with effects on the Godzilla's board, I can only imagine that we're just going to run away with this game too for Overhaul. As long
Runaway?
as we,
Do you say runaway? We have a runaway in hand.
oh no,
You could survive this scrap cannon with a runaway.
I mean, you're right. I didn't. Hold on. Now I got to look at the
The joke is
sideboards.
we can't because of the tattered costume. Because just like I talked about last turn, the scrap cannon target flips the pass-through walls, allowing us to use the massive mutant machine and the tattered costume to protect us from the only thing that could get around the fact that this is a 10-speed move. Well, I guess theoretically the Godzilla could get a check bonus to block and check well, but primarily Godzilla's like to use runaway as defense, and tattered costume is a massive punish to that strategy.
Yeah, I mean, this move alone is presenting lethal, right? And we already have 3 momentum from, again, landing every attack that we played on our turn 2 to get this very easily into lethal range. We're only using a couple of resources, of course, and we even still have that overhaul response that we haven't used a single time, I think, to not only gain another life, but give this an even extra damage. As we are going to go for the block, but we went ahead and checked a 3, even with +2 to our check, and Calvin's like, I guess I fail it. And that's going to be game 2 going to Jacob Johnson. And Overhaul, the game 3 is happening, and Sam, Calvin gets to go first for the first time in this match.
Yeah, no more face tanking turn 2 before we even get an opportunity to play the game. But this is going to be the all important early build. I do think Overhaul, for most of his life, has lived in that more mid-rangey sort of play space, right? When Overhaul was at his peak popularity, he was an incredibly hard deck to kill, but they typically were not full walling the opponent out, right? They weren't blocking every move. They weren't DRing everything down to 0 and things like that. They were doing a little bit of life gain shenanigans here and there. They were blocking the important ones. They were always having the right block zone, meaning you couldn't string them out in one turn back in the day. But it's a different world. It's a different format. We've got different tools. I don't know if Jacob Johnson can afford on defense on the play to overplay his hand the way that Overhaul typically likes to do. He likes to get down to no cards in hand, and he likes to bait the opponent into overextending, and then you can punish with these high impact plays like maximum Overhaul, ignoring progressive. Previously, the repeated 100% of the world ignoring progressive, but now it's all about that massive mutant machine. It's all about the pristine sword play to be able to ready it, and it's all about that scrap cannon, which we saw becomes absolutely disgusting when you've got any ability to fuel that powerful. So we could see sort of a mirror of game 1 here, where where the player who goes first doesn't necessarily have the advantage based on where the life totals end at the end of turn 2.
I was going to say the exact same thing, Sam. I mean, what I wanted to bring up was, and how we started going into this top 4 in general is, remember, Jacob is also no stranger to having to break serve, because he literally had to do that to get to this spot in top 4, because every lower seed player moved on after their top 8 round. Jacob Johnson was also one of those players. Just because he was the higher seed going into this match, and then Calvin, doubled down. He goes, well, I can do it twice in a row. Already broke serve on game 1. But that doesn't mean, like you said, there are some significant advantages of Overhaul going second if Calvin decides to play attacks against a readied Overhaul character card when you don't necessarily have the perfect turn 2 turn that you're trying to go for lethal, because Overhaul gets to build another foundation from their hand. They get to play a card from their stage after the stuff they've already built and set the stage back up with these random face downs that could either be attacks for later or even more copies of Massive Mutant Machine that we could unflip with things like Falling Heel Strike. So I don't disagree with you, Sam. There could be really that mirror that you're talking about of the actual benefits of going second being shown here. And I think this turn one build is also pretty important. Oh, can't play attacks on turn one, but we meant to play this foundation, of course, for the horrifying realization. But a build 5 coming through for Calvin
Solid.
going first. That's incredible. And all of a sudden, I'm maybe eating my words on how this reversal of fate might happen.
Yeah, and we see it looks like the short-lived promotion, which this is a card that's kind of nebulous in its value. You draw before you even really see your turn, so you don't have to play an attack, which is pretty handy, but it can't be used defensively, and that's not something that Godzillas are usually too worried about. But speaking of defense, we've got the frantic rescue, we've got the tattered cape, so a little bit of some backlash against the city rampages of the world, right? We have the ability to cancel the +2 check bonus. We have the ability to use frantic rescue to add +1 difficulty to all those attacks to combat the check bonuses. And while not an impressive build, the ability to build a card, another card from our hand face down, is going to pad that build a little bit. But I think it's going to be really important here that Jacob Johnson manages to block more than once this turn.
Absolutely. And if we can't, then we have to seriously consider maybe pressing that frantic rescue button if we take an unblocked attack. But also having that desperate plea here early on turn 1 as your build matters a lot, because it means that you can not only just like block with another foundation that you couldn't build or even an attack card and build it face down. It means we can use Overhaul to build a card face down into our stage, use the Overhaul once per turn, block with that card from our stage, and if Desperate Plea stays readied, you can build it right back down. And you could actually make the decision to build it right back down face up if that card was something like an asset.
Yep, and here comes the almighty Titan Cliff. We've seen it check a 3 before, not the end of the world, but we do have that pass-through walls that we just discarded with horrifying realization that can come in to potentially cancel the tattered costume, and we could see a repeat of last game where the city rampage is the second card that we play this turn, and we commit the fearsome transformation, kind of telling me that either our hand is already okay or we're definitely not gonna get any momentum from like a finally free. But I don't know where Calvin's going with this turn. That 3 check could have changed his entire game plan.
It absolutely could have. And, I think committing the fearsome makes a lot of sense just in the idea of this card is already going to allow us to review these 2 cards from our hands and draw 2 more. So, yes, fearsome, at least in this current moment, as we don't have a momentum, is just a draw discard instead of just a straight draw. But that's the same idea on what Titan Cliff is doing for us anyway. And I think because of that, instead of choosing the pass-through walls, which we added another one in there, if we're maybe going to attempt lethal or set ourselves up for a maybe turn 3 aggression, nope, I'm wrong. I'm just wrong. As we press the spin to momentum for +2 to our next check immediately out the gate, I think this just tells me now in this scenario, Sam, for the first time this match, at least that we've been seeing, no city rampage to even attempt to play on turn 2, or we maybe would have gotten the tattered costume, or we would have made that play to grab the pass-through walls instead.
Yeah, this is interesting stuff for me. I would value the card draw from the fearsome over the +1/+1 almost every time, if not for sure every time. So very, very curious stuff here. This could be sort of a double poke. This could be a turn where we're only planning to play one more attack, and so long string aggression isn't the name of the game. Having something to build out after this could be important, but there goes Overhaul. He's committed. We've only got we've got a fast friendship in stage now, so the -3 speed is I guess it'd be -2 is potentially useful here. But here's another 3 check, slowing things down. This is how turn 2, or sorry, this is how player 2 has been winning these games. Player 1 trying to be aggressive turn 2 and checking poorly.
Yeah, and that fast friendship, you actually don't even feel super bad about it because you're not using it on this one because it wouldn't actually do anything. That determined advance can't go below printed 6 speed, and it's not getting any extra stat bonuses at all right now. But like you said, we did check a 3 to play it with only +2 to our check, so we had to commit 1. And now this Titan Cliff on
Whoa.
a 6, 7, 8, but we checked a 6 +2, 7,
and we
8.
and we checked the best 6 we could possibly check. Finally free, gonna come into the stage. That's another resource. It's gonna give us another momentum and potentially another +2 to our check. If we play another attack, it makes perfect sense why we didn't keep the fearsome transformation up.
Yeah, but this one is susceptible at least to this fast friendship that we built. Like you said, it's only for -2 speed. Titan Cliff, though, one of the slower attacks at least. It would go down to 3. We have 2 ready resources. If there's a decent block in Jacob's hand, anything like a +2, we could block this by checking a 5 if we have the right zone or if we value the half block here. But being at 18 already, taking that determined advance straight to the face, we have to make the decision is do we value taking the 9 here from this Titan Cliff or just pressing our luck for the next move?
Discarding a filled without only one discard and draw, meaning Calvin's hand has to be amazing. How bad would it be to get zone checked here, Barrett? You're holding the low block for all the smashing stomps. You're holding it for all these nasty chaos lows that we're used to seeing. But this is high attack, mid attack, high attack. What's going to be the next one? We don't have overhaul to pick the right zone from our stage. It's going to be down to what is that last card in Jacob Johnson's hand. The -2 speed means that it should be good unless it's a determined advance, in which case it's going to be pretty tough to pass the block regardless of what zone you got.
Here it is. Here's the low. Is that last card in Jacob Johnson's hand that low for the full block here? But I mean, if it is a mid, at least we are still allowed to partial and live. We have the 0 low. Talk about one of the better ones we could have played. We didn't even feel like we needed to press the fast friendship button, meaning we have it for later. Takes the full block. We have to lose the 1 because of what Syndicate target says. But with only +1 to our next check because of the effect on the smashing stomp, 3 ready resources, we're still going to go for it. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Checks a 6, 7, 8, 9. Taps out. You're out of cards in hand. The unyielding destruction. The 2 mid for 9 being enough because even though it's slow, you don't have any cards to block with. That's game 3 in the match, going to Calvin Tahan on Godzilla, King of the Monsters.
This proves it, Barrett. Unyielding Destruction is the best attack in the deck. It's the best attack in the format. It's proof right there. It's in the pudding. Unyielding Destruction winning the game for Calvin Tahan, but not in the way that you might expect. And that, we saw him commit that fearsome transformation, and that was it. That was the tell that said, my hand is amazing. We discarded 2 cards and then 1 card from the Titan Cliff. So he had it all along. He had it in the bag. And most importantly, he had the control checks. And
yeah.
was that 2 turn 2 kills? Back to back turn 2s?
The overhaul one was a turn 3, right?
I meant for Calvin's win.
Game 1 and
game
yeah. For sure that's what happened. Yeah. That makes sense. And you ready? The second one, I think we have to really talk about it, right, Sam? On that game 3, no city rampage in sight. We just did it with the pure raw strength of Titan Cliffs, finally freeze, and getting some extra momentum from things like determined advance, an extra check grease from the smashing stomp, and yeah, sometimes a 2-speed attack at the end. By the way, our 1x copy of Unyielding Destruction, by the way, and our sideboard only being the reason we take that game 3. Wow. Godzilla moving on to the finals. And I can't wait to see who his opponent is going to be because we still have a great match going on the other side of the bracket, Sam. Pony Tsunotori versus Midoriya. I think either of those could be a strong opponent for what Calvin has to face. And I think we have to also kind of bring this up. Calvin Tahan, I want to say, out of all the people in this top 8, might have actually been the biggest underdog in here, just in the fact of like not necessarily having the most amount of tops or not even like the most amount of wins across all these players. Now winning his way out. He had to go second game 1 in his top 8, had to go second game 1 in top 4, and now he's in finals. Actually doing the reverse sweep, so to say, and the idea of never being able to go first and still pulling out these wins. It's pretty incredible.
Yeah, it's kind of funny because half this top 8 is on cardboard, and the other half of this top 8, I believe, started playing the game after the MHA reboot, right? So
Yeah.
you've got kind of an old heads versus new heads, but right now, a new head has punched his ticket into the finals over Jacob Johnson, who should have a character card coming out sometime soon. I'm pretty sure. Uh, I know he's been cooking on it extra long, but he is due a character card. But it's going to be down to Corey Nelson to try and make it in all new heads finals, or else the specter that is Tim Keefe is looming on the other side. If you were Calvin, if you were playing Godzilla in this event, Bear, which would you rather face? Izuku Midoriya, who is privy to your board wipes, you kind of have that built-in counterplay, or would you rather try and play against a 7-hander who doesn't have as stifling defense and easier health total to deal in that 22, but can kind of mimic your offense by not playing on progressive difficulty? And now I'm just going to call him Godzilla Frog, can be built, from your discard pile to match your damage bonus.
I'm gonna say I would rather play against the Pony Tsunotori, and that has nothing to do with the fact that I enjoy watching Pony Tsunotori, but I think it's purely to the fact of what you said. She's a 7-hander, and I think regardless of these matchups, they're both mainboarding Aries Smiles, which is a strong piece to fight against. The Titan Cliff leads that we've seen from Calvin, and you having to be forced to play a non-attack card in between. That thing we just talked about maybe not playing City Rampage as the first form, instead playing as the second one if we're playing around things like Aries Smiles. I think you're going to have to do that regardless of who you face. But the 7-hander life total, much easier to deal with for a character like Godzilla. And that's not to say that Tim Keefe can't play incredible defense and survive, and also can't dish out strong offense to deal 34. That's what the character's for. That's why they're here. I just think the amount of defensive tools and turn-ending abilities that the Midoriya deck is able to play really hurts the Godzilla deck, even though Godzilla is allowed to play powerful cards like Unyielding Destruction that kind of help balance out this matchup, and Godzilla doesn't really seem affected by it. I think I would pick the Pony 10 times over picking the Midoriya deck for sure.
Yeah, I think so too, especially if I was going first, which I don't know where the seating was, but I think Calvin is going to be going first if it's against Pony. Pony was the 8th seed, right?
I have to go back to round
Yeah.
1. But Tim Keefe was the 8th seed because he had to defeat Wub in the first top 8, who was our Swiss champ. So, yeah, I mean, if you, of course, go against Tim Keefe, no doubt about it, you get to go first or game 1. But I don't know, Sam. We've seen Calvin now have success going second and taking down and breaking serve when he needs to. Is it a real decision that we might see choosing to go second, Sam? He's had some great success.
I don't know about choosing to go second, but you can definitely bamboozle your opponent after they have a poor turn 2. But we're gonna take a small break. We're gonna try to get some updates on the Midoriya versus Pony matchup, see where they're at. Hopefully, if they're in between games, we can have them move over onto the stream. That would be my preference, to get some gameplay on the stream. But we're also going to keep rocking with a Guilty Gear preview coming up pretty soon, so you're not going to want to miss that. That's going to be before the finals. But for right now, grab yourself a snack, get yourself a refreshment, go on the internet, go on Twitter, and talk about how much you love Godzilla and how much you enjoy seeing Massive Mutant Machine, because you are going to be seeing a lot more Godzilla. And I don't think Massive Mutant Machine decks are going anywhere after this event.
I would agree with that. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back soon.
It's time that we put out the fire. With every breath I breathe you out. We just can't take it any higher. It's only fair we let each other go without. Though this is hard to admit, I don't long for your kiss, and I know you don't care. Oh, what we had was a bliss, but it's falling to bits. Darling, this is it. Our time is up. We both knew it shouldn't have to hurt this much. I don't want it to see it, but we've lost touch. Time to give up. Maybe we just wanted it to hurt too much. I don't want it to see it, but we've lost touch. My heart can't take it any longer. This careless love is getting old. Let's face it, we're not getting younger. If all is said and done, it's time we let it go. Though this is hard to admit, I don't long for your kiss, and I know you don't care. Oh, what we had was a bliss, but it's falling to bits. Darling, this is it. Our time is up. We both knew it shouldn't have to hurt this much. I don't want it to see it, but we've lost touch.
What's up, everybody, and welcome back to the finale, the finals of the Canada Regional. Man, I'm this entire event has been so incredibly fun to watch, Barrett. Give me a highlight. Give me one thing that really stands out to you about the event so far.
I know he's not here because he didn't win his match, but I was so happy with how Tim Keefe played Pony Sunatori on stream yesterday. And he made it all the way to the top cuts, right? So it paid off. Good play is often rewarded. And so Tim getting a little bit closer to that day 2 invite with the points that he's locked in from this event. But honestly, the biggest highlight is, of course, the players. Because they're out here working incredibly hard in one of the most stacked regionals I've ever seen. You said it kind of at the beginning of the day. Because of the people that made this top cuts and who participated even during Swiss as well, probably one of the most competitive and one of the best regionals of the year. That's got to be it, right? It's just got to be a huge shout out to all the players and their preparation for this event.
Yeah, this is going to be one of my favorite regionals that I've watched from start to finish. Back to back to back matches have just been absolutely fantastic. It's been a real treat, but the treats don't stop, Barrett. In fact, we have a special treat, not just for the people watching and playing today, but we have a bit of a preview. We've got a card from the upcoming Guilty Gear Strive set that you've seen, obviously, but I got to see less than 4 hours ago. And man, this one is very, very cool. Let's rock. A 2-5-3 mid block with both the all and chaos symbols. It says response remove. After this card is discarded during the combat phase, add the top card of your deck to your momentum. Only one copy of this ability can be played this turn. Wowzers. as we see the Godzilla in the finals here, discarding a card to just get up free momentum is very, very strong, Bear. What are your thoughts here, man?
Could you imagine if this card was playable right now in this Chaos Godzilla list, and when you would press the form ability on a horrifying realization, and you discard one of these, this little foundation that you're obviously not going to use to kill your opponent, not only will you redraw a new card, but you will also snag a momentum off the top of your deck, getting a nice little cookie, very similarly shaped to cards like Feral Shriek, and I'd say we saw earlier this tournament in the Paul Phoenix lists, the Steel Muscle Explosion. I mean, this is just like a different version of getting a reward for doing the discard mechanic. And I say mechanic in the idea of like, you still have to play an ability and do something, and this being on the all and chaos symbols, and those are locked, by the way. Those are not tuned symbols. If you're on those symbols, this is a very potent foundation that you can have that obviously in the beginning of the game, you're still allowed to build this and put it in your stage. And even though it won't have any effect later on, any future copies of these that you find, once per turn, you're allowed to get the momentum off the top if you discarded this and obviously still resolve the rest of the effect that you use it on. Incredibly powerful stuff here, Tam. And this is just a common? Is that what it says?
Yeah, this is just a common. If this is the power level of the commons of the upcoming Guilty Gear Strive set, I'm gonna have to buy not just one, but maybe 17 boxes to fill out more than one play set. Super excited for this. Make sure you check out your local game stores to go pre-order your Guilty Gear Strive as soon as possible. But with that, Barrett, we have a game to play. Two protagonists in their own right, both of which I'm sure have had a bit of a villain arc. We have Izuku Midoriya versus Godzilla. Corey Nelson piloting Midoriya versus Calvin Tahan on Godzilla. What are your thoughts? The bracket is up on screen as we take and reminisce a little bit about the journey to get here.
I mean, as we kind of talked about, after top 8 resolved, we saw something crazy happen, right? I don't remember the last time that this ever did happen, but every player that was the lower seed in their matchup, which means you do not get first choice on who gets to go first in the first game, wins their match and progresses to top 4, doing a massive shakeup. That's awesome. That's super cool. Literally, 5th, 6th, and 7th, and 8th seed here, moving on to your top 4. And I think these were both, obviously we only got to watch the Godzilla and the Overhaul match, but based off of the time that we were hearing about the other side of the matchup, Tim Keefe was working his pony off to try and break through this Midoriya defensive control, setting up this inevitable combo. But inevitably, Corey gets the win. And honestly, I was kind of saying this a little off air between us and, the crew. It kind of makes sense, right? We saw Corey Nelson the last time have a huge finish in a tournament, was getting second place only to the winner of the U.S. Nationals last year, playing a slower, methodical, control style deck like Recovery Girl. It makes a lot of sense that Corey Nelson is having a lot of success with this deck. And I think Calvin Tahan, who we've seen absolutely run through his side of the bracket, not having to break serve once in top 8, but having to break serve again in top 4, and it happened in game 1, Tam. Yeah. I think Calvin is going to give Corey a run for his money, but Corey gets to go first, and that's going to mean a lot. But Calvin's been breaking serve all day today, Tam. I really do think that this is going to be a highlight of both of these decks being able to do what they want to do and do it well. But is Corey's defense enough to survive the onslaught of the king of the monsters himself? And will Calvin Tahan find those early aggression pieces to get through the powerful defense that could come in very early with things like Aries Smile from Corey Nelson? I genuinely think, Tam, it's anybody's game.
Yeah, truly. It is going to be that classic can Midoriya get over that turn 3 hump that is the classic Midoriya problem, right? And a quality build for at the start of the turn with some pretty high impact pieces, such as the code edits and the unlimited potential to make sure that blocks are good. Instantly, we see the first form on turn 2 be, let's transform Midoriya to put this very potent response, flash a move, redraw a card, put your speed to 1. This does stop blitzes and stops so much more. This is the turn, if you are Calvin, if you're a Godzilla fan, that you want something absolutely massive to happen. 29 is a big number. We got to get that closer to 0 the best we can. And a build 5 is a perfect way to do it, Barrett.
And I have to know, it's not just a build 5 here, Tam. 2 of these foundations that we built give us momentum, one of which being that finally free that checks a 6, of course, that we can build in with things like Titan Cliff, but we have one in our stage immediately. And we built another 3 diff, Tam. We built, yeah, you see it correctly, a vast hybrid, the Amajiki rare foundation that enables that character. And Calvin Tahan is no stranger to Amajiki himself from past competitions. This allows itself to add it straight to momentum, and then not only give your next check +1, but it's a momentum to feed the effect of Godzilla. It's pretty good.
But we're never going to get there. Checking a 3 on this one. Instantly, we take advantage of that with the Midoriya flash into an Aries Smile, saying, hey, this very fast high attack Titan Cliff, I'm going to demand that you play a non-attack before you play your next high difficulty card. And it looks like we're going to be forced to do that with a pass through walls, stopping assets that just currently aren't on the board. The question is how much more does Calvin want to push his luck? Another 3 check might just spell not just the end of this turn, but potentially the end of the entire game.
Yeah, I mean, I think that is a very fair point of here. Of course, I don't know if Corey is necessarily going to be able to find 34 damage right away on turn 2, but I was going to note that the build turn 2 for Corey here was immaculate, as well as getting that transformation to Quirks Unleashed for this very powerful defensive. And there's still more defense to come, right? We still have a Showbridge and Jet message that we didn't have to press because of the Aries Smile. There's still a code edits on the board, and like things like Nice Try for an extra minus speed. And I would tell you that it's like, oh no, Tam, the game is already running away from Godzilla. But we have to always remember something we haven't really talked about in the other matchups that Calvin has been playing, but this powerful once per game ability that Godzilla can use to reset the board state, and that could give Calvin a second wind per se on trying to reestablish a board first, and then going for a strong offense while the defense of Corey is not as strong as it is currently right now.
Yeah, and I think that's what we're seeing here with the rebuild out. We're saying, hey, I got to stop here. And I think really smartly leaving the vast hybrid open as a momentum generation trick. If Midoriya decides to go for the poke like they're opt to do, hey, 34 is a big number. You gotta turn a lot of foundation sideways. We're going to be able to take and steal 2 momentum with the vast hybrid, the finally free. And then we could see that stage eruption happen depending on the position that that Calvin is in, saying your board is too strong. I would like to restart the game again.
I think there's even a threat here that because we kept that that hybrid, like you're saying, and we building that finally free. Yeah, if Corey does decide to play an attack and it allows us to go to the enhanced step, aka not a wingnut sabotage that would deny enhances from Calvin, of course. We are allowed to grab this vast hybrid in our momentum, grab an extra momentum, do the reset, build our 2 that we would normally build, and we could actually go for it on 2 foundations that next turn. We could actually do it because we have the extra momentum and the check grease from the vast hybrid. 2 foundations will be enough.
Yeah, this is pretty rad. I do like the snap to momentum ourselves, and then it looks like just a rebuild. What was the momentum? How did we get this momentum? Must have been
Fajin wielder, the 3rd wielder, Fajin. It just says you're allowed to shove it in your momentum whenever it's committed for, due to a cost, and we just use it with our character, snap momentum, and it's smart, right? If you're anticipating the board reset here, get what you can while you can. At least snag this momentum so that when you're trying to reestablish your own stages, Corey, that you have an extra momentum that will be either for a powerful on a phantom threat or an extra EX usage for something like a Fajin Flurry or anything like that, right? So it makes sense if you're going to lose it anyway, and it might also keep us 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, kept us out of deadlock as well.
Yeah, I really like. Excuse me, I like that note a ton. The question here is, because we didn't enter the enhanced step, both boards are totally face up. We're going to be losing double finally free and this vast hybrid. And I think that we've got like 4 attacks in Calvin's hand. If we decide to not do this explosion, is Midoriya going to find something heinous on the next turn? This is a tough position to be in. And I'm sure Calvin's going to navigate the best that he can, but this is difficult. It looks like we're going to go for it.
You said heinous on the next turn. There's already a phantom threat in Corey's hand. So Corey, as we're going to pitch it here from this horrifying realization form, I mean, now I guess there's no reason for me to finish what I was saying, but I mean, there is that threat though. I think Corey had set himself out great, right? I have enough foundations to make this feel like it's going to be a meaningful attack if I play it. And if you don't do the board reset, I have this move in my hand already, but as we get rid of it, we're going to have to find something else to do that with, but it looks like the board reset is not coming in, Tam. Smashing Stomp is our first attack that we're going to sling.
Blocking with that Fajin that we stuffed in our momentum, using a Desperate Plea to build it down, and then initiating the breaker. No way for us to regrab the momentum on this flash attack, but pass through walls normally all about stopping assets. This time it is here to stop the keywords. 2 face down foundations over in Godzilla's side as we play out the fast hybrid Chimera Kraken, committing down the best defensive piece on the board. What do you think is going to get targeted, Barrett?
I mean, I gotta think it's the code edits. Yeah, so I think we're immediately looking for it. I can only imagine it being that one, only in the sense of if we're gonna play powerful cards that have impactful blitzes, as that is the foundation we're gonna be picking to freeze here. I can think the biggest blitz is going to be something like a determined advance, that we really, really need that momentum if we want to continue an onslaught of a turn, especially when, we're going to have to probably start using momentum right now on this fast hybrid to start making our checks a little better, because something we saw that happened in game 3, no city rampage to be seen to start these attack turns off.
Yeah, absolutely. Instantly snapping to momentum. The game has swung back the other way in Godzilla's. Again, we got to enter that enhanced step, that thing that we needed to have happen for Midoriya. But it looks like, I'm sure this is one of the things we haven't seen at all. A singular copy of convenient timing coming in. Respond, spend that momentum that we had, that we generated, the thing that we needed. All of my rivals checks now have -1 for the rest of the turn. And Bear, we didn't use the Godzilla ability for we didn't use the Godzilla ability to lube up this check. So this next one is going to be +2 difficulty with the cards in our card pool, and then -1 of the check. Another 3 might be the end, especially as Determined Advance comes down as a 6 difficulty move. It's okay. We checked a 5 though. Printed 5 becomes a 4.
Yeah, tap 4 of our foundation sideways, and this is that powerful blitz. Tap 4 of our foundation sideways, and this is that powerful blitz I was talking about. Because we froze that code edits down, we're going to be able to get a bonus momentum. And you're right, Tam, we haven't pressed a button yet on doing that, but we have finally dealt damage, right? That Cyber Chimera Kraken, for that convenient timing to get used, it was a mid block against our high attack. We did deal half, which is still 5 damage off of the top for this Midoriya deck. And that Vast Hybrid Chimera Kraken, once it goes to our momentum, we have now speed that we normally don't have access to in this character now to our disposal once per turn, for every turn, as long as we keep that Vast Hybrid. But this one is also very potent because this 6 mid for 6 that can't have its damage or speed reduced any deck in this game, let alone a character that has to use a lot of his speed hate on the stage. But we're gonna have to block with a Hang 10.
Yeah, I'm sure that we discarded that Phantom Threat because we had something like a Hang 10 in hand to push back some offense. So I love the fact that Calvin here is putting enough pressure as Godzilla to get these high impact attacks out of the hand, so much so that now that the Walk the Dog coming in with 4 momentum, this is going to start as a 9 damage attack with powerful 3, an extra 12 coming in. This is going to shoot Midoriya potentially down to single digit health.
Wow. I was gonna say, like, because we haven't used any momentum yet this turn, we've stockpiled 4 of them. Only having that extra grease, we used our +1 on the Vast Hybrid, and our momentum will be finally shoved in. This is a good one to play your momentum on. We have 4 momentum here with a powerful 3 Walk the Dog that's already at 9 damage because of Godzilla himself, and draws us a bonus card. I mean, we genuinely could, if we wanted to, put an extra 12 damage on this. 12 plus 9, Tam, is 21, though, not 24. He said, here's my momentum. All right, we said, I've got 4 of these. Do I spin them all right now, as there's only 2 foundations left on the side of Corey to defend with? But we did, I think, start with a infinite potential play on this response. So it is actually a high attack, assuming that Corey has a full block for this.
Yeah, as well as I think we had we don't. It just connects. Man, dropping all the way down. We were at 24. I believe this is dealt 21, 22 with
22, the extra damage that the form ability on the Vast Hybrid I missed. All of your attacks get +1 damage for the turn. Because we had a momentum, right? But that meaning it was 1 off lethal. We are going to cash in some more momentum here, but that's, I mean, Tam, you say it all the time. We say it all the time. You're not supposed to ever leave your opponent at 1.
Especially not Midoriya with a stage as large as we have. Freezing that 1 foundation might come in huge because Midoriya's form cost is pretty large. Committing 2 foundations, and we only went to, I guess we went to back to 10 because of the desperate plea. So we do have a lot of forms that we can do, currently at +12 for this attack if we so wish. Something like a Phantom Threat could hit some pretty major damage. A Hang 10 would let us reset a lot of our board, but for those we'd have to play a little risky. Check the 5 is not to commit the rest of our foundations. From here we're trying to do math.
Yeah, I think that was where I was at while you were setting it all up, of course, as Corey is now finally committing at least for 1 of these forms getting played. Because I think no matter what the attack was, including a Phantom Threat, now that we have no momentum, we use it on that convenient timing. I don't think any attack would have been lethal there, Tam. 34 is so much to deal with, but instead, I'm just going to give +3/+3 to my next one, and then play this Violet Animus shot. And we checked a 3, so we have to commit 1 more foundation, but actually just trying to soften up this life total, at least for Godzilla, as we are actually at 32. I guess we took 2 damage somewhere.
Yes, 7 high for 8 is pretty good, bringing us down out of the 30-point range. And I guess with Godzilla committed, it's a 7. We could have like a 1 high block, but it looks like that's not going to be the case as we go for the block. I think maybe checking a 6 there, we could have gotten the partial, but no reason not to go for the block as last card in hand. If it connects, remove it anyways. Just get out of there. But Moment of Normalcy comes down to start our building turn, and I think this one's going to be really good, strictly because of the fact of if we have the momentum, Vast Hybrid Chimera Kraken gives us a little bit of extra speed. Any EX move is going to probably spell doom if we decide not to flash that one with Midoriya. So
I think we reset, man. I'm going to call it. I think we reset. I think regardless of what you draw here, because I think getting Corey down to 1, that is the prime number to put them at, because we can reset the board state, build our 2 that we will have, force Corey to be in a different position to reestablish a stage at any capacity, and then challenge Corey. Hey, you have to play actually perfect defense.
I love that play. And like, man, resetting when you're this far ahead does not seem like the book move. But you're right. All it takes is a sneeze, a tremor from the stomps of Godzilla to finish this game off. Even having the wrong block zone could be it. But there's so much power over on Midoriya's board. I think 24 is super doable with the board state that Midoriya has. All we have to do is find a singular attack and it might be game over.
The biggest one, we do a reset, we build our 2, we draw into a single determined advance. That one can't ever go below 6 speed, Tam. Like your Midoriya response to give it flash feels actually useless because you get the bonus draw, but how many foundations did you actually restabilize with if I did the once per game here? And if we just draw, I think it's genuinely a single determined advance. You could win the game off of it because you did all that work and a very strong offensive turn earlier from Calvin and knocking Corey down to 1. But we're going to instead play the first city rampage that we're going to see this game and for the match as well. Checking a 3 on it, though, so we're going to have to commit some foundations. But luckily, one of them is that Pride, Master's Pride, because if we ever gather momentum, which our deck is really good at doing, we'll be able to ready the foundation right back up.
And here it is. The attacks are coming both as the for our checks and our swings. Titan Cliff coming in, instantly getting flash, says, hey, I can't deal with that. We're going to make that one nice and slow. You don't get to try and refresh, rebuttal your hand. And we're going to push through. But a second Titan Cliff comes down. This might be the reason to continue. Checks an 8 on the 8. This is from here a 6 high for 10. That is going to get us to rebuild some extra foundations. How much more defense could Corey have? I'm not sure we even have a second high block in hand to interact with this move.
Well, that's not good, Tam, because again, we're at 1, and also part of the defensive abilities and cards that we put in this deck, right, are things like infinite potential, which make attacks high. So that'd be a real feels bad moment. But I mean, it makes sense, right? We chose to build impactful foundations in our stage, like that 1 Defiant Stance, and even like Moment of Normalcy. That's the block mod we need, right?
It absolutely is.
Picking our 6 check. We've picked the finally free. This will give us another momentum, putting us to 3 momentum, one of which still being that face-up Vast Hybrid Chimera Kraken. And of course, because we snag a momentum right here, we're able to ready that Master's Pride. All of a sudden, that 3 check on the City Rampage, and then also the 3 check on the first Titan Cliff, and it getting flash means no enhanced step, no nothing. Checking the 6, actually an 8 on the second Titan Cliff. I really think Calvin Hahn has a chance here to go for it. And like you said, if there's just not a high block, it's just over.
Yeah, now up to 5, 6, 7, 8, forcing out the use of a nice try to bring it back down to something a little more manageable. And he says, I didn't have it anyways. There's no high block to be in hand. As Godzilla, Calvin Hahn takes down game 1. Going up 1-0 here in the finals of the Canada Regional. Man, that was crazy.
Tam, the prophecy is being fulfilled. That is now the 3rd straight match that Calvin has played, going second in game 1 and winning as the player going second. He has broken serve 3 times in a row twice in a row to get to this position, and is starting the finals off strong with a game 1 win. This is all but Calvin's match to lose. This is actually insane. I'm loving every minute of this right now.
This is so sick. This is so cool because the matchup that we have here is really the duality of universes, right?
Yeah.
Over on Midoriya's side, we've got, I'm going to play a poke, I'm going to build out this massive stage, and then find one really big attack that plus 40 here, catch, you can't deal with it. But on the other side, we've got, I'm going to play out my 4 or 5 foundations, and then I'm going to play as many attacks as I possibly can to get the job done and go as wide as I can. I love these two ideas showcased here in the finals, especially behind these two incredibly prolific players.
I agree with you. I mean, that's the idea here, and Sam set it up for us going into this match. Because so I think we should talk about it again, right? Which is with Corey defeating Tim Keefe in that last match. I mean, no matter what, I think this regional, we are going to have a new champion. Like, I don't think either of these players have a regional win. This is a huge achievement for either of these players, regardless of how it goes. I'm not 100% on that one, but I know that both of these players have many top cuts and successes, but the win here is massive. And of course, also that day 2 auto go for Worlds coming up in February, right? Or I think it's February. I can't remember when it is. I think it is.
I think it's February.
Yeah, but I mean, regardless, getting that prize, there's only a couple regionals left. So this is massive and huge. And as we've been setting up the storyline, we've been talking about it all day and yesterday, having that a big achievement on one of the most stacked rosters of a regional of the year, that might be better. I don't know about it, but it might be better than the 2 in a row that Andrew Porak got at the beginning of the year. That is a huge achievement.
It's certainly something to talk about, right? It's a discussion for a podcast that I'm sure some content creator will have at some point. But that's the game, right? It's very funny. I messaged while we're talking about him. I messaged Porat in between while you guys were in the last game, and I went, "Hey, you going to Atlanta?" He goes, "Wasn't thinking about it." And I go, "Hey, man, I think you need to come out of retirement and show these kids how it's done. You got the back-to-back, and you start to get forgotten a little bit, dude. These players are playing so incredibly well." And he goes, "I will see what I can do." So I'm excited for Atlanta to hopefully see, this event has some high caliber players, some of the highest in the entire game. I'm excited to see what the rest of the season looks like as well.
Absolutely. But of course, no one's achievements in this game go unnoticed. Obviously, I think Andrew Porat is going to be a menace at Worlds coming up this year with 2 in a row and with characters that were obviously strong in the format, but not necessarily the ones they thought were going to win those events. But I think regardless, getting a regional win here is going to be massive for either of these players as we go into game 2. Corey going first once again, but only with a build 3.
Yeah, not really the position you want to be in, but maybe either the hand isn't letting us do it because of attacks and actions, or we're being a little shy here to make sure that if a Godzilla explosion happens, we can rebuild out. But looks like we're just jammed up a little bit as we review a Fajin Flurry and then redraw back up.
But those first turns are so volatile, right? I mean, that what you choose, or sorry, what is not really chosen per se, but what you build on that first turn determines on how safe you are going for this transformation into Quirks Unleash on turn 2. I mean, this is telling that, Corey, you're going to have to turn your entire stage sideways except for the refunded Defiant stance to go for the transform, which is happening at this moment. And whatever you build, we hope we check well on them, obviously. And those will be the only defensive pieces you have, as it's just a build 2 afterwards.
Whoa.
That's not a lot of resources when it comes to trying to defend a build 5 from Calvin Tahan, one of which increasing our hand size, going up to a 7-hander, and 2 of which being hand fixes from Horrifying Realization. This could get very scary very fast. I'm actually at the point where, like, there's a world, depending on what we draw, this could be over.
It absolutely could, especially because, like, Defiant Stance is very good at transforming Midoriya. But once we are transformed, that card is kind of blank on our rival's turn. It's possible that the play might have been to stay on the move. Have your foundation base totally ready. Commit all of these cards if they're committed for -3 speed, they get to re-ready back. Imagine being able to just like auto block everything except for these determined advances, but we value the flash, we value the extra card draw rather than a healthy stage and minus stats, as we are being forced to discard an Ares Smile due to the Horrifying Realizations. Barrett, I'm horrified. This is such a scary position because, as you said in the last one, here comes that determined advance that can't be flashed. The speed can't be reduced. What is
Well,
happening?
I mean, it can be Flash. We would deny the momentum here, but it's such a tough choice, right? And of course, I think that's why Corey is choosing not to do it, because you're right. You would only get the Flash and the draw. You would not change any of the stats on this card. It would still be a 6 mid for 9 because you're only changing the speed. But a good mid block here and a powerful card pull ability could help us stay alive here as we get the check. We go for it. We still have our character response as well, being able to deny an enhanced step and then also deny a powerful blitz or enhance ability from this aerial goblin bolt we blocked with. But here comes Determined Advance number 2, and we checked a 6 on it, Tam.
Holy cow. Check to 6 on the first one. Check to 6 on the second one. This is not the games that we were seeing, Calvin, in earlier. Checking 3s on these 6 difficulty Titan cliffs. Apparently, we just can't do it on Determined Advance. Truly, showcasing the name, I'm determined and I am advancing. There is nothing, you are not getting through. As we see the aerial goblin bolt response coming in, stopping that momentum generation, but it looks like 9 damage leaking through, dropping Corey down to 20.
And that's already putting Calvin very much in a powerful position in this game too here. Any damage you do early allows for what I said earlier in the last game of eventually if we do have to press the once per game reset, we have less health to chew through when we are on less resources in the game. But dealing that 9 there, getting ourselves a momentum, not just from the blitz ability of the first one, but that one hitting, we're going to have 2 momentum and we're going to build a moment of normalcy as well as fearsome transformation and horrifying realization. And another Master's Pride. Checks a 3, might as well. There's no way this Midoriya is going to kill you on 5 foundations, right? You've got to feel like you're on top of the mountain right now if you're Calvin Tahan in this match.
Yeah, this is a great position to be in. Midoriya's board is so incredibly weak. It is fragile, but passing back a solid amount of build, like a build 4 and then block with an airy smile, could put us in a position where we get to build 2, maybe 3 more times, stave off. We are only at, we are at 20. Right? We are not at the 1 that we were at the position we were last game.
Yeah.
And so being able to rebuild out and stabilize, we're in a much stronger position now as we activate the ability of Midoriya, Quirks Unleashed, committing both these defiant stances, re-readying them back up. The first attack we play this turn gets +3/+3, but is it worth it? No, it was a bait. Hey, we just wanted to play him, you know?
You know, if my character's got buttons I'm allowed to press, I should press them. I honestly, I love it. But only building another 2 more foundations here. They are still good ones. And, the nice tries for minus speed. We have a healthier stage this time. We have other powerful, strong cards. I'm hoping at some point we found some airy smiles that we can hopefully help slow down this offensive turn for Calvin. But the stage is bigger for Calvin. The momentum is larger. And the damage is higher when it comes to 3 damage on every single move. And we could see a city rampage potentially. I don't really know. I'm trying to peek the hand. I think there is one in there, but is it enough attacks to make the city rampage feel like it's worth it this turn?
And he says Genkai's guidance coming in. Normally one of the strongest defensive pieces to play against Midoriya. You commit all of your foundations into this one crazy move, and you Genkai's to get it out of here, and you go for the backswing. But he says, backswing not needed. I'm going to make you discard a card now, and then I'm going to ruin your hand from 4 cards down to 3, committing discarding a foundation, being forced to commit 1. The stage and the hand is cracking over and over and over. What a crazy call out.
This is so good from Calvin. I agree with you, man. I think holding like that. I'm in the same boat as you. This Genkai's guidance being one of your key tools to survive against the combo or the one-shot potential of the Midoriya deck. But he feels so far ahead in this match that I think I'm just allowed to rip your hand here and make you respect this offense, especially when we kick things off with a smashing stomp. Do you flash this one? Is this the one that we start things off? This is a low attack, though, Tam. We pitched that low block that was so important. Do we have another low block? I don't think we do. Do we go for the random draw off the top and flash this move?
And even if, let's pretend that we do, right? We miss. We find the mid, we find the high. We kind of get everything that we want out of this smashing stomp. I don't necessarily think with the foundation base that we have over on Godzilla's side, the +1 of the check is kind of meaningless. I think it's just the redraw that is going to matter at the response speed.
Yeah, and ready? We got to the enhanced step. I'm gonna get a draw anyway from this fearsome transformation. I also love that we have this moment of normalcy, and I was over here thinking of just the defensive potential of it. But again, by the way that Calvin's posturing this offensive turn, I 100% maybe seeing ourselves use this moment of normalcy as an offensive reset for something like speed. I think I think this is a crazy way to start off the potential game winning turn, especially now that we've gotten to the enhanced step, like you said. And if this connects, and based off of what I saw, this is going to, because I think we only have a mid block and high blocks, an extra draw to potentially have more problems to deal with. But we're giving a read on the street hero because the more blocks you do give access to for Corey, he can bring some of those cards back.
Yeah, this is certainly a zone checking matchup that is half of Godzilla's potential power. If you just don't find the correct zones, he just turns them all sideways, and you will leak the damage because of +3 on everything. But we're gonna see, is this, looks like EX for +4 or +6 speed, excuse me. It has EX3, looking like a 10 for 9.
That's a
Gonna
lot.
try and drop Corey down to 11.
Yeah, I think we just take this
Draw
at
the
this point.
card.
Random
That makes
card
total
off
sense
the
to me.
top. How much more do we keep going? 10 damage is typically just one attack, but going to 11 is a little out of reach. This determined advance, though, another powerful attack to not be the best option to get flashed from Midoriya. But how much do you care about denying that momentum get right now? We dumped all the momentum on that EX, Tam. Do we stop this blitz ability? It looks like we do. We're going to just flash it. No blitz ability happens. You get the draw. And I know we have a mid block, that aerial goblin bolt here. It is still going to be on a 7, of course, but we said stopping that momentum was that important. Oh, code edit's block is just as good.
Code's
Checking
block
a
is even
3.
better, I think, because we have access to that plea. Desperate Plea is going to build this code edits in, and now the whole goal here was to flash to stop the momentum, but code edit's going to stop it again. But because of us having to commit all the way out, Walk the Dog is going to come in, another 6 low for 9 with stun 1, another redraw. If we find one more move, it might just be over for our protagonist.
Wow. Not having a low block. Actually, I should say discarding that low block from earlier could actually be the death of us this game. We got a random draw from this Walk the Dog. We take half from this one with the aerial goblin bolt block. We're completely tapped out as Corey, but we didn't draw another attack. A gift, actually. A lease on life for Corey. He will get another turn here.
It is another turn, but what kind of a turn is it? 6 health on Corey's side to Godzilla's kaiju-sized 34. There has been no pokes, no aggression at all on Corey's side to push back against the King of the Monsters. And we're going to go back into our turn with 2 momentum. We got what we came for, and it was the life total, and we're leaving with the momentum. There's a point where maybe you just build out the rest of your hand and say, hey, man, it's Phantom Thread or nothing, because otherwise I'll just reset it with the moment of normalcy.
Yeah, I mean, I think that is massive, right? I mean, 1, 2, 3, 4. Luckily, we have 2 Defiant Stance Seal. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Like, we have enough form buttons to press to make it a flash move. But again, our foundation size TAM is just not big enough. It's not 34 damage. So if you don't give it flash, you run into the moment of normalcy thing you just talked about. If you do give it flash, you committed your entire stage to do so, and it's still not lethal. So it's such a hard decision. I think this is the similar scenario as game 1, Tam. Corey is now on, you have to play pretty much perfect defense from now on at this point in the game. And Calvin is so far ahead in every resource imaginable.
Yeah, the difference between 1 health and 6 health against a Godzilla is nothing. They're the exact same. This guy hits you for 6 every time, even on the partials.
Yeah, I mean, it basically says you're allowed to partial block 1 move instead of having to full block everything. Because you're right. I mean, they typically get up to 10 or 9 or so, and so 6 says you're allowed to go down to 1, of course. But I mean, regardless, the build 2 more foundations, one of which being that infinite potential, at least we feel a little safer of not running into that problem that we had last turn, Tam, which is I didn't have any low blocks. Now we can at least make the low attacks high.
This is the turn. Everything has to come up Corey if he is to survive. I have looked at the hand and it is crazy.
Is it really?
Crazy. I think it's 5 attacks, Barrett. I
Oh
think
my
we have
gosh.
5 attacks over here. And Vast Hybrid Camera Kraken coming down. What an easy one to feel like I have to flip this.
That's exactly what happens. And then we're going to get the draw here. And you said 5 attacks, though, Tam, but that is a scary place to be, at least when Airy Smiles now is coming in as the block, saying you have to play a non-attack card as your next form. If we don't have one, our turn is over, but we do. It's a 0 diff that we're going to weave in. And this 1 extra card in our card pool, progressive-wise, I would normally say is very good against Godzilla decks that also didn't open with a City Rampage. But Tam, we have 4, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 foundations at our disposal and 2 momentum. There's no way that's actually going to be the reason we fail an attack, right?
No, there's no shot. I think, look, I'm seeing a way out of this turn, and it might due to just the pure aggression of what Calvin has. We'll just have to see if the writing is on the wall. Another Chimera would be crazy here.
Yeah, it absolutely would. I mean, especially because you're staring across that code edits, right? And code edits doesn't stop any Blitz's ability on Fast Hybrid Chimera Kraken because it doesn't have any. But instead, you could have that specific choice of committing and freezing either of the Aaron sidestep to stop the draw, the street hero that we could see come in very clutch, like you said, and then the code edits, of course, deterring a very powerful blitz. I think Corey still has an avenue to live this turn. I'm seeing the reset, or I'm seeing the ability to stay alive. The street heroes, I think it comes down to what is chosen from Calvin. Looks like it's gonna be that Aaron sidestep, saying no more extra draw per se, but the street hero not being picked, I think, is a real discussion point. I think the street hero for this Airy Smiles could be the reason we stop this entire turn.
I fully agree. I think this is the turning point for this turn, if not the entire game, to give us a new lease on life. We get to block this move with a high block and then pick up the Airy Smile. And Barrett, we know that there's no way for us to play out another foundation. We don't have another non-attack in our hand. We're going to stare at our rival with a handful of attacks and pass.
Yeah, but it still has to go that way. We have to still successfully block this one with the 5 check, of course, is going to help us out tremendously. And we gave it this -2 speed, so it's a little easier to deal with. Of course, we have fulfilled the condition for the street hero, Tam. Now, if a high attack gets played, I mean, even if a mid attack gets played, we have enough life on Corey's side that we are allowed to get 1 half block off. We could pick up.
We've got infinite potential.
Yeah,
it's
we
high
also
no matter what.
Yeah, you're right. And the reality then becomes, if the next attack that you play as Calvin doesn't draw you a card or give you something that you could weave in between, it could be crazy trouble. Man, one of the attacks, though, I just saw it, though, Tam. There's a decision of an unyielding destruction, but you are still staring across the code edits.
Yeah, code edits would be pretty tough. We also have access to there's so many lines for this Godzilla player because of the defensive options that Midoriya has to him. It's like every time that you walk into the maze, you get stuck. If I go for the unyielding, it gets code edits. I do the thing. We could play the Titan Cliff, discard an attack card, draw a foundation, and then still play 1 more, which might just be the answer.
Yeah, I mean,
we could just be playing around this idea altogether.
Yeah, you're right, 100%. I mean, that's exactly, I think, what is happening. We're playing the high attack. It doesn't really matter, of course. We could see what we saw in a previous match from Calvin. The unyielding destruction, once you just tax the hand enough, you just kind of, again, do a zone check. Hey, here's my 2 mid for 6, but if you're at low enough health, you just die from it. It actually goes to 9, of course, because of Godzilla. But if we, exhaust all the other resources that Corey has to his disposal, we could just be setting it up to win the game from just playing the last attack, which could be an unyielding destruction. But we're picking what 6 check we want to build here with this Titan Cliff. And again, maybe an amount of reviewing here. Maybe we have to make the right decision because the first enhance coming across from Corey is going to be Street Hero. I will pick up this Airy Smile.
Absolutely. We even took it, we put it on top of our foundation pile. We said, I need to make sure I do not accidentally pass this enhance. Street Hero going to be the savior from one hero to the another. Jamie coming in, helping and protecting Midoriya. I love the poetry of it.
That's exactly what's going to be happening here. The 6 check we did decide to build though is going to be just one that gives us +1 speed and +1 damage. It's not going to be, a utility type of piece of like a finally free. Sorry, go ahead.
We accidentally picked up Corey's character when we put our hand on the map. I'm sorry.
Gotcha.
I'm laughing. We accidentally, as Calvin, we picked up the character.
I didn't even know, but that is kind of funny. I do like that. But yeah, I mean, we're gonna give this a little bit of extra speed and damage, and it kind of makes sense though, right? Though, because here's a different avenue we have to talk about. Yeah, you picked up the Airy Smiles. I get free reign to give all the stats to these moves because you have no more speed hate on your side of the board.
Yeah, I love this play, especially because +1/+1 from 2 swallowed by an abnormal, and then -1 to your check with the inspiring song.
6 high, a card in the card pool, set -1 to your check. We are going to review one. We just choose to review the attack and draw a 1 new card. It makes sense. If our entire hand isn't playable, if this Airy Smiles block comes through, we have to have an answer to it and then maybe still play another attack afterwards, but it doesn't work if your whole hand is orange. Here's the block, 6 high, 7, 8, check -1 to the check, having to commit 6 foundations, but we
flip it and say, I believe we drew the 3rd Vast Hybrid Chimera Kraken. I think our turn is over, Barrett. And with that, off the back of not committing that Street Hero, we ended with 3, 6, 7 foundations, 2 momentum for Godzilla, and 2 more attacks in our hand.
Yeah, I think.
Holy cow!
I think regardless of how this match goes and how this specific game goes, as we pass back to Corey, still at 6, stage still looking relatively volatile on can you even still find 34? And I mean, the answer hasn't really changed, right, Tam? We haven't added a ton of extra resources. 1 form, 2 forms, 3 forms, because we've doubled up already on the Defiant stance. A 4th form, and then you have foundations to go with. But I guess if we have things like Hang 10 coming in here on a 5, checks the 5. This is going to get 3 instances of +3/+3 for everybody at home that doesn't understand and doesn't know the combo. When this attack receives a speed bonus, as long as that bonus makes it past 10 or greater, you draw a card and ready 1 foundation. So nothing happens on the first one as it goes to 9 speed for 7 damage. But when the second instance of the Midoriya stats and the third instance of the Midoriya stats come through, we get to refund 2 of our foundations, ready 2, and then draw 2 cards, 1 for each of the instances of the effect. Very potent stuff, because now all your Midoriya forms that you actually committed 5 foundations for, you actually only committed 3 of them, and you have crazy new cards in hand to build and play strong defense. Things are starting to shift in Corey's favor, I think, Tam.
Yeah, this is 100 for 4. The fastest 4 damage move as this Mode of Normalcy comes in, but dropping from 34 down to 30, a much more manageable number. And plus we've gotten a momentum for some potential tricks. I see that we drew a Phantom Threat in hand as we send it on back and rebuild back out. Is that double Desperate Plea that I see?
Yeah, double Desperate Plea was the build out afterwards. Now again, though, we used our Street Hero. We have a Code Edits, an Infinite Potential, that Aaron Sidestep, and a Nice Try, and double Desperate Plea, at least for our face-up options. Everything else must come from cards in our hand. That means, Tam, there's only 2 cards on our board that give minus speed, and our character, of course, for the powerful response commit ability. However many attacks get played as the cycle is coming through here for Calvin, could decide on whether or not, once again, there's enough resources for Calvin to power through and deal 6. Like, that's all it's going to take.
And every turn that passes, we still have the option to hit the reset button. Our entire stage is face down. We just hit the cycle. Let's take all these really strong 6 checks and just put them back in my discard pile to be rebuilt back in with Titan Cliffs.
That's a crazy good idea. I mean, I keep talking about that we'll maybe one day do it, but nope. We drew a City Rampage. We said now's the time. City Rampage is really, I think, just here to give 1-1 to all of our moves, Tam, because again, our stage is massive. There's just no way we're failing any of these attacks. As I think it's another Titan Cliff. We've on the
No,
cycle. No.
second City Rampage.
Oh,
They're all getting
whoa.
+2/+2, baby.
Which
we
matters.
are stomping through the city. It absolutely matters. Maybe not on the first attack because it's going to be flashed via Midoriya, but on every attack afterwards, after this Vast Hybrid Chimera Kraken, they're going to be very hard to interact with.
Yeah, currently a 6 high for 10-11. Hey, the Double City Rampage now in conjunction with the Godzilla says half blocks are actually now illegal, right? Because if they go typically up to 11, half of that is exactly what you said earlier. Mid blocks on these high attacks or low attacks don't work anymore. You will just die from it. We have to full block everything. We did go to the enhanced step on this one, getting that commit and freeze once again on the air and side step. And we checked a 3 on this block here, Tam. We had to commit quite a bit of foundations for this, but the Desperate Plea giving us this Defiant stance, at least out of our card pool and into our stage. But now it's just infinite potential and code edits, Desperate Plea. That's all of our defensive tricks on top of our character.
From here, because we committed out, we checked that 3. Here comes Walk the Dog, not even carrying on a 4, 5, 6, 7 with +4 to our check. Walk the Dog comes in, printed 8 difficulty attack as the 4th card in our card pool. We'll check a 3 and commit 0 foundations, I believe.
Yeah, and it's actually going to say stun 1, so we're going to commit 1 on the other side here for Corey. Another resource gone when it comes to passing checks, and we didn't flash this one, Tam. That tells me that we have a pretty good block for it. But if we had a pretty good block for it, I mean, this is a 8 low. 8, 9, 10, 11, 5, or 10. We have to tap completely out. We've just even now lost access to our character. Smashing Stomp. We show
there it is.
That's the game. That's the match. That was a 2-0 from Calvin Tahan. Godzilla King of the Monsters is your Toronto regional champion.
Whoa, that was absolutely crazy, explosive, and we didn't use the Midoriya flash.
No,
we must have been saving it for the very end. Wow, what a crazy game that was.
It was incredibly crazy. Everything came up Godzilla. Honestly, for this entire Top Cuts, huge shout outs to Calvin here for this impeccable win of this regional. Because again, I said it at the beginning. I'll say it one more time. He was the lower seeded player for top 8, for top 4, and for finals. And on game 1, broke serve. And he did it when we had him on stream earlier. Going second, Tam, pretty powerful for a character that has such offensive potential, such as Godzilla, when you find the things like City Rampage and enough attacks. With the partial mulligan you have access to, we saw him build 5 consistently pretty well. That was impeccable. An impeccable deck building and impeccable play here from Calvin Tahan. Huge congrats.
Yeah, that was, man, very, very cool. I'm actually looking real fast. Godzilla's had a lot of top cut finishes, but I'm not positive that he's ever actually taken the first place finish. Very similar to, I'm looking through, Greg Moss got it with Godzilla once, but this might be the second time ever that Godzilla has actually taken down the entire event. Incredible placement for Calvin Tahan on the King of the Monsters, showing up the the #1 hero, the best hero in the world. Incredibly happy, incredibly proud of him, and great on both players. Both players playing a great, incredible game. It was so good.
I agree. I mean, again, I'll also on the other side for the flowers for Corey here, because we know that he can have success with this powerful defensive kind of style and deck and character, and he did it so well, even in the games that he did end up losing. Just because our stage didn't get a little bit bigger early on in the game, we were constantly playing around what could be coming, blocks getting a little unfortunate, and still surviving because of impactful cards like Street Hero in conjunction with using Ares Smiles twice. It really is making the right decisions on when to pull the trigger on certain buttons. But in the end, it's still a second place finish, but he did so well. It was so good from both of these players. Like you said, I'm so happy for this whole event, Tam. I think every match I saw on stream this weekend, I just not only had a blast watching and had a blast commentating, I had a blast just seeing the competitiveness and how powerful these players and deck builders are. Because, wow, our game is so cool. That was so awesome.
Our game is dope. Top 8 was sick. The entire event was sick. We had a lot of really cool, awesome showcases on the stream, and there's so much more to be played. Yes, the past 3 events have been, past 3 weekends have been jam-packed with events, but the tournament season is not over yet. Please make sure, if you haven't, next regional is happening in Atlanta, October 3rd. You may sign up for that event now. I know I'm going to be there. I know Barrett's going to be there. I know Sam's going to be there. We're all going to be there, and I cannot wait to see you guys. Barrett, final thoughts before we do the sign out.
Congratulations to everybody who played in this event. I think it was so great to see even names like Phil Birch making a top cut appearance once again. Characters like Overhaul making. And I can't wait for the next one.
With that said, you guys, thank you all so much for watching. Make sure you check out UniVersus CCG on all of the socials that you could possibly follow on. And with that, we'll see you next time. Have a good night, everybody.